Good morning. Bananas. Welcome. It's so wonderful to see all of you here this morning. We would like to, before we get into any formal business or conversations or dialogue, to welcome up Dr. Gwen Point, who is the BCAFN Knowledge Keeper, to open us up in a good way with a prayer. So welcome, join me in welcoming Dr. Point.
Everyone that's here. Thank you, Chastity, Anita, for, I know you're going to be taking care of us. A special prayer for I didn't get her name, but apparently she lost her home. The one that was supposed to do this prayer this morning. Special prayers for her and her family. A similar thing happened to me in 2009, so it's pretty devastating to have something like that happen. With that, Regional Chief, and to our Iatalitso, Siam, to Siaya, to the chiefs that are here, to our leaders, women leaders that are here, Shashko with the Hummel to Squee, and Halkamel the Hummel to Stalo. My traditional name is Shashko. Language I speak is Halkamel, and I'm Stolo from what they call the Fraser Valley today. And being a woman, First Nation woman, if you knew my name and the history of it, you'll know I'm displaced twice because of the imposed Indian Act. I raised my children, married for, good grief, 56 years or something. In Chihuahua tribe, raised in Ste'elis, my father's nation, displaced from my mother's nation, Scowlitz. You know, we're 4 or 5 generations. We can trace back 12,000 years in my mother's community. So this is really a special gathering, powerful gathering. Hiq Siam, home, a strong feeling just walking in the door, right? Walking through those doors. So with the prayer through this song is for each one of you. Te Talitzel, elders, say thank you for your work. Etias, Te Talitzel, thank you for being who you are and for being here. And I'm asking special blessings for each one of you, for your homes, your families, and your communities. what I've learned from following our cultural traditions and spirituality is that the woman's energy covers the family. And the woman's prayers are the strongest for your family, simply because you give birth and connect it to the generations coming and the generations that we follow. So with all of that, again, special blessings for each one of you. This song given to our Stolo people to stand us up. The notion to stand up and take your rightful place. So this song, I ask you to accept all the blessings that come your way. So thank you. Hi, Jeff.
Koskuya, Ushya, Chacholona Hotia, Chiona Justini, Gutsama Justini, Tagishkwan Justini, and my English name is Anita McPhee, and I'm from Tahltan and Tlingit Nations, way up north, Telegraph Creek. Oh. I just want to say thank you to Gwen for that beautiful prayer, for blessing us with such a beautiful prayer this morning. So Madu means thank you in Tahltan. And I just want to welcome you all to the BCAFN Women's Chiefs and Leadership Caucus entitled Building Safety and Equity and BC Resource Development on the Ancestral, Traditional and Unceded Territories of the syilx and Okanagan people. I just want to say thank you for all of you for coming and being here today for this important meeting. And like our elder said before, we can feel the power in this room, the power of women. And it's nice to see all our matriarchs here, so welcome. And I also want to say welcome to the people who are joining us on Zoom. So thank you for joining us for this important gathering. And as a reminder, if you haven't done so, please register with the BCAFN staff members, Victoria and Ada, near the front entrance. And also, if you could remember to sign in every day, that would be great, with Victoria and Ada. I guess I should sign in too. If you plan to access the travel policy. So it's really important that you sign in. I would like to acknowledge and introduce our graphic recorder, Elena Starrett. Just stand up. Yeah. And our note taker, Megan Krempel. Thank you. We want to remind everyone of the importance of creating a safe and an inclusive environment for everyone. And just, with our words and our actions, what I always say, because I teach workshops to stop lateral violence and promote lateral kindness, I just say, be very aware of the energy you're putting out there. And how do we do that? We be mindful of our words. We be mindful of our body language, because sometimes we could be thinking about something else. And then everyone might think we're mad at them. Or we could be sitting there going, oh. So you want to make sure that we're very aware of that, right? Or, this was my favorite one. We want to be very aware of that, okay? So that's how we keep it safe for everybody. We be very aware of our body language and the energy that we're putting out. And just recognizing that we all have a sacred role and sacred space here. And we welcome everyone into this circle to be inclusive. And as a reminder, during question periods, we do kindly ask that to ensure that you say your name, your First Nation, or organization that you're from, when you're contributing to discussions. It helps us with our note-taking. So we appreciate that very much. And it reminds us, again, they'll know who's speaking. And we also get to know each other when we introduce ourselves. And that also helps to create a safer space when we can put names to faces, right? So then we're not all strangers. So if anybody needs additional support, like say if something bothers you or you feel upset in any way, we do have support in our conversations. And if you would like to talk to somebody or you have a story that you need witnessed, we have a team of knowledge keepers on hand, and we invite the support team up here. I am very pleased to introduce Cultural Wellness Support, Barbie Whiskey Jack, who is from the Indian Residential School Survivor Society, and she's a knowledge keeper. She's here to uplift us and support us here in person and online. So thank you, Barbie. And everyone is welcome to access their support in the view room. So it's the room located across from where we are in the waterfront room. So if you do need additional support, cultural support, you're welcome to access it over there. And I do want to acknowledge again our beautiful elder, BCAFN knowledge keeper, Dr. Gwendolyn Point. For those in person who may need support, again, if you feel triggered or you just want some additional support, you're welcome to talk to Gwendolyn. And I just want to say a couple of nice words about our knowledge keeper, Dr. Point. She's a very well-respected and well-recognized Stolo leader. So we're very lucky to have her here with us today. She's a mentor, a cultural advisor. She's contributed her deep cultural knowledge and experiences to numerous books, conferences, workshops, and so much more. And we're very honored to have you with us. So I would like to invite up Chastity, my co-chair, Chastity Davis, to come up and introduce our speakers. Madhu.
Thank you, Anita. I too just want to acknowledge Dr. Point for stepping in today with the opening prayer and for bringing her knowledge and wisdom to this gathering. I loved when she said that it's the women's prayers that cover our families. And that's so true. And I got a text from my mom this morning saying, I'm praying for you. And when she said that, I was like, oh, I could feel my mom's energy. I also was thinking about Dr. Point the first time I had the opportunity to meet her, she was a keynote speaker at the Minerva Foundation about 20 years ago. And she shared her story about where she started off in her career as a hairdresser, and how she, worked through her life journey to get to where she is. And I always remember her sharing that story. And she's always uplifting everybody wherever she goes. So just really want to acknowledge Dr. Point for her prayer, for her presence, for her wisdom, and for the continued work that she does to uplift our communities. Thank you. And also to Anita, she didn't talk about all the things that she has done in her life, but she served as chief for her community. She now runs a very successful business. She's a television star, or soon to be, with Cooking with Anita. So if you haven't seen her cooking show online, she also has been at the Peony with that. And she recently won the YWCA Women of Distinction Award for Reconciliation. So yay. And a proud mother to a beautiful daughter as well. So just want to acknowledge both of those women this morning. As Anita said, my name's Chastity Davis Alphons. I'm a mixed heritage woman of First Nations and European descent. My mother's from the Claw-Emma Nation, which is located just outside of the Sunshine Coast here in beautiful British Columbia. And my dad is English and Ukrainian, and I'm married into the Silcotin Nation and a proud mom to a 3-year-old son who may be running in here at some point. So he's around. And I'm just really grateful to be here today and tomorrow to take part in this really important conversation of building safety and equity in BC resource development. It's a very timely discussion given the new Liberal government's one economy and wanting to fast track a bunch of capital projects here in our country. And so we need to ensure that Indigenous women's voices and knowledge and wisdom and advocacy is heard at those tables. We know that for several years that the safety of our women is compromised when resource development comes near our communities. And so we need to ensure that our voices are present and that we are keeping our families safe. So really timely discussion that's happening here today. I want to begin our day by welcoming to the stage the West Bank First Nation Councillor Andrea Alexander to provide a territorial welcome to start us in a good way.
White Isqueast, Andrea Alexander, Kintil Tequatanutes, Kinsequinmaam. Why, everyone, my name is Andrea Alexander. I am a council member for West Bank First Nation. I've been on council since 2019. I am a proud woman that comes from a long line of strong syilx women. I also have 2 daughters. So we're all strong, we're all stubborn, all the things. I would apologize to my husband for that, but that's his luck. On behalf of West Bank First Nation, I would like to welcome you to the traditional lands and unceded territory of the syilx Okanagan people and to the BCAFN Women's Chiefs and Leaders Caucus meeting today. It's so amazing to be here with a bunch of women today who lead their communities. I think we all know women are the heart of the communities. We lead with kindness. We lead with our hearts. And we're the reason our communities are the way that they are because we are the leaders in our communities. And I think that's just important to know that because of you guys, our communities are succeeding and are healthy, and working towards that, I think, is important. I also want to thank you guys for being here today. Your involvement is important. as we gather together to uplift the voices, experiences, and leadership of women and the to LGBTQIA plus people. As women in leadership, we can carry an important responsibility. We are the voices and families in our communities and for our future generations. Our work is rooted in advocacy, caring, and a deep commitment to our people. And I just want to thank you guys all for that. I'm grateful that we have created this space to come together in a spirit of collaboration and support, and to be together and, bounce ideas off of each other and to learn from each other. I think that's important because we all bring different things to our communities, and we can bring different things to the whole nations and everyone. So I think that's important. Opportunities like this allow for us to share that knowledge and build relationships as we continue to ensure our safety, equity, and rights are upheld. So once again, I want to thank you guys all for being here today, and I want to welcome you guys all to the traditional and unceded territory of the syilx Okanagan people. And I hope that we have a good 2 days and that we learn lots. And I just thank you guys all for being here. Limlit.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for the warm welcome. We're definitely grateful to be gathered here on your territory, and we look forward to being able to have the insightful conversations here and to be blessed by your ancestors on these lands. So thank you. I now have the pleasure and honor of welcoming up the BCAFN First Nations Regional Chief, Terry Teegee. He's currently serving his third term in this position, which is quite impressive. And he has been a huge supporter of Indigenous women even prior to his role as a regional chief for his entire career. And he's surrounded by very strong Indigenous women as well, his sister, his wife, his 2 daughters. And he has led a number of really strong initiatives on behalf of First Nations here in British Columbia, and is leading some very important portfolios at the national level: the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the chair of the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, of the co-chair of the AFN National Fisheries Committee, and the co-lead on the AFN Justice and Policing portfolio, and many, many more. But just so honored to have Regional Chief Terry Teegee here with us today, and join me in welcoming him to the stage.
I hate glasses. Just trying to get used to them still. It's been 6 months. Deniza, Tsekuza, Skyza, Samoyed, Simanak, Simawaget. First language there is my father's language, Daket Narotin, and second language is my mother's language, Giksun. As Chastity said, thank you, Chastity and Anita, for chairing us. I'm from Takla Nation, and we're Carrier Daket, second in Giksun. And I'm also Lakshjibu. I'm Wolf Clan on my mother's side from the house in Nigip. Delgamuka Stay Away, if you remember that court case, that's just the first 2 names of a couple of hereditary chiefs. And if you go down the long line of number of hereditary chiefs, and Wilp house name, Nigip is one of them, and that's the house we were under. And my mom, and we're talking about women's chiefs and leaders, as Chastity said, certainly, I'm a part of a matrilineal potlatch system, governance system. And under the house in Nigup was my mom's name, my late mother, who I lost in September. Her name was Kinswan. Speaks for the ancestors. And a month before that, I lost my sister, Sandra Tiji, who was a long time. She was not only hereditary chief, Adik Knox, but she's been a long time in chief and council since since the 80s. So losing two big names in our hereditary system is very difficult, but not only lose my mother, but my sister to that very terrible disease that we call, that is cancer. And as we've all been touched by that terrible disease, and it seems that we're more and more being touched by that disease. I'm grateful to be here in Okanagan, syilx territory, and unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Okanagan people, and we need to acknowledge that as we hear more and more of the rhetoric, the very racist rhetoric about lands and territories that we belong to, and being questioned by colonial systems and also governments such as federal and provincial governments, where that answer, or where we're seeking, I would say, at least from First Nations point of view, to settle this issue. In some parts of British Columbia, we have with historical treaties or modern treaties, and Nisga'a Treaty, but other than that, the land question is still there. So certainly it's very important to acknowledge the territories we're on. And as we hear from members of Parliament questioning that, we have to come back and really reiterate where we are in this world. I want to thank Dr. Point for the prayer, starting us off in a good way. Certainly, I wanted to thank you for all the years of support to myself, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Andrea for welcoming us in a good way to the territory of the West Bank. Originally, Crystal Withake, Knowledge Keeper, was supposed to be doing the opening prayer, but sorry. The knowledge? Oh, okay. But I understand that something happened. Are you? Oh, okay. Sorry, I had a mix-up here. But certainly prayers for what had happened. To I understand there was some sort of fire in West Bank. Certainly, I think this meeting, when I took this position 9 years ago, I first got elected here as a regional chief 3 terms ago. My first official meeting was this meeting, was the women's caucus meeting with leadership in regards to what we're doing. Not only do we have our women's representative, Cheryl Rule here, we are also part of a women's council at the Assembly of First Nation, and really important meetings to have here. 9 years I've been here. It's been quite some time. I want to thank and also acknowledge my family, my wife and I. We've been together longer than that, so it's been legit 20 years married, but been together since 2000, so going on 26 years. And certainly she is a very strong woman. She's from Clayleigh-Tenay in Prince George, and when she was child with my son, she initiated the first symposium in 2006 for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Clyde today, because I kept showing this story about my my cousin who went missing on the Highway of Tears, and another relative of mine who went missing in the downtown east side, a second cousin of mine, and all these stories back then. And February 2006, one of her members went missing, and found her a couple of weeks later on the highway. And and she was only 14 years old, and she was murdered. And so she initiated this big meeting, and she was very strong about it. And you can't get between a pregnant Indigenous woman and what she wanted to accomplish, and because there was all these unanswered questions of what happened to my cousins and her, the 14 Aliyah Sarik Oje, and seek some answers in regards to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and certainly it was a hard conversation, but it initiated the question about not only the Highway of Tears, but what was happening in the downtown east side, and all the unanswered questions for many of the families, and perhaps some of you are related to those that have gone missing or suffered violence, and certainly that's still an issue that hasn't been resolved. There's been reports, and the calls to action, the calls to justice on the national missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls action plan, and I think that's one of the things that we continue to call with the federal government, was to provide more resources and to provide more help and support to our women and girls, and I think that's really important in terms of the work I do here, and also for all of you in this room, that we recognize and uphold all our women, and recognize that this system that we live in, that this world we live in, it wasn't created by us as First Nations peoples, as Indigenous peoples, and more often than not, we suffer the consequences, and part of those consequences is and continues to be is a higher chance that my daughter will be 7 times more likely to experience some sort of violence, and also experience perhaps a death within our communities. And that has to change. So we continue to do that important work and hold all governments accountable, whether it's federal, provincial, or municipal, that some of these things really need to be brought forward, and the calls to justice needs to be implemented, because we're falling short. I can tell you that right now, in terms of initiating and implementing the calls to justice. So to recognize this, I would say, I would just like you all to stand right now as we perhaps have a moment of silence and remember all the women, girls, the 2S LGBTQIA plus people that have died, and recognize them and remember them. Masi, thank you. And building safety and equity is certainly part of these discussions, because we know, for example, that there is a possibility and a good chance that with resource development becomes more issues in regards to safety of women and girls. And certainly now, as we live in this very changing world, as we see south of the border, these are very difficult relationship with the Trump administration, the implementation of tariffs, the desire from this provincial government and also from the Prime Minister to create new avenues for a marketplace other than the United States, and also creating new marketplaces for, one of the things that Canada is that we're an exporting country. Much of what the resources we have is exported, and that creates a lot of issues back in our traditional territories. And the reaction from Premier David Eby is Bill 14 and 15, and from Prime Minister Carney is Bill C5. And these are the legislations that are going to, the general goal is to speed up development within our traditional territories, and whether that's oil pipelines, gas pipelines, development of energy or mining, or creating different avenues such as such as the transmission of electricity along the routes of the Highway 16. It creates a very difficult place for our not only our own First Nations to make decisions on projects that are being sped up, but also to create safe spaces for all of us and back in our traditional territories, as we'll see an increase of workers in our territories, in our respective territories, especially in projects such as pipelines or perhaps development of mines. And that is really important, and certainly that is a big discussion that needs to be had with federal and provincial governments to make sure that not only are we safe back in our own communities or other areas in this province, but make sure that they acknowledge and know and are aware that with progress, there could be detrimental effects, and certainly as part of that is our women and girls. So it's really important to have these important discussions, such as in these rooms, and make sure that our people, that our governance, that our chief and councils, that whatever Indigenous governing bodies that we have know the perspective from our Indigenous women and girls, and make sure that those go to the highest levels wherever decisions are being made. Because when they do these environmental assessments, before a project is approved, you identify not only the issues environmentally that this project can have detrimental effects on water and our air or what have you, but there's also important parts in terms of social issues that need to be addressed as part of the environmental assessment. And certainly this is a part of it, to make sure that our people are safe, that there is not only safety on the work site, but safety in the communities, especially those communities that are adjacent. That needs to be not only brought up in the EA, but also as part of not only provincially and federally as part of the environmental assessment, but also as part of the proponent's obligation. Whoever the company is need to better understand this is why we're bringing up this issue, and you need to make sure that we are safe. So that's important to understand in terms of, especially when we're talking about lateral violence or just violence in of itself, is to understand that there's a real potential for that to occur, especially with massive corporations that operate within our traditional territories that are much bigger than our country. These are multinational corporations that have thousands and thousands of employees and are worth billions, if not trillions of dollars. So important discussions to be had here. And once again, I just want to thank you all for attending this very important meeting and for your participation and for allowing me to be very, very candid and remembering, because it's still raw, I would say, remembering my mother and sister so close, and in our potlatch system, both of them had had big names in our clan. That's one of the business that we'll have to take care of on a 1-year anniversary, is to make sure that those names carry on, because they receive those names, which are ancient names that are carried on with our family system, and were carried on, I might add, through our mothers, through our matrilineal system, and that's what we're governed by. So that I want to thank you all. Masai no Disney. Thank you, Masicho.
Thank you, Regional Chief, for sharing your opening remarks and sharing your loss with us so that we can support you with prayers, and you and your family with prayers and good energy as you walk without your matriarchal support. So just thank you for sharing and being vulnerable. We really appreciate the work that you're doing regionally and nationally on behalf of all First Nations and bringing our voices forward as First Nations women. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I now also have the pleasure and honor of welcoming up Chief Shanna Thomas. I'm going to try your traditional name, Lahal Watsot. Chief Thomas is the hereditary chief of the Syilx First Nation, part of the historic Quatsin Nation. She holds a bachelor's degree in political science and a master's degree in Indigenous governance from the University of Victoria. And in all her spare time, she's currently completing her Doctor of Social Sciences at Royal Roads University. Over the years, she has served her community and other nations in various roles on council for the Syilx First Nation, as a representative to the First Nations Health Council, and as Treaty Commissioner with the BC Treaty Commission. And she's currently serving as the First Nations Summit Political Executive. She has worked with and for First Nation communities since 2001, and she is a proud mother of 2 and a grandmother of 4. Shanna's research interests include nation building, Indigenous law revitalization, reconciliation, and accountability. So please join me in welcoming Lahal Watsot to the stage.
Haichka siam. Siam na siea, siam na squalaqua, siam na salchwain, haid sapka siam. Haid sapka, Zilk, Mestimuch, West Bank, Mestimuch, haid sapka siam. Enthapak, Lachala Watsot, Teni Hiwak, Likes. Good morning, how are you? I'm Lachala Watsot. Hiwak, or Hereditary Chief of Syilx First Nation, just acknowledging the territory that we're gathered on today. Just want to also acknowledge our Salkwain for opening us up in such a good way to give us those good words. I am very honored to be here today to speak with you and all of us about women in leadership and the challenges and the role that we have. Just want to acknowledge each and every one of you as First Nations women and chiefs and leaders for showing up in strength and courage and solidarity for those who are here in person and for those who are joining us online. Haitsapkasiyam. I want to begin by grounding us in a huihuiam, in a story that was shared with me by one of the elders of Timanis. It's a story of the upheld, the basket woman. In the story, and I'm not going to reiterate the whole story, but in the story, the children spend a long summer day playing on the beach. And when the tide returns, they run into the forest and lose track of time. Night surrounds them, and fear grows louder as they turn and try to find their way home. It is in that moment of vulnerability that the Caucus hears their cries from the mountain. She prepares her woven basket, sealing the inside with pitch so the children cannot escape. She deceives them with kindness, blinds them with balsam pitch, and gathers them into her basket one by one. Meanwhile, a young woman in the village, left behind because she was disabled, had been befriended by the Caucus. She called her little sister. Though once isolated and overlooked, it was the little sister who ultimately organizes the trapped children, helps them regain their sight, and guides them to defeat the Caucus. Together they free themselves and protect each other from harm. The way in which she did this is by pushing the wild woman into the fire. And while in the fire, she became mosquitoes. That is a reminder that even when danger is destroyed, remnants remain. We must always be vigilant. This story is not just a lesson for children. It is a teaching on governance. It is a teaching on safety. And it is a story about First Nations women as protectors, strategists, and leaders. And sometimes this story is told, wild woman turns into birds or into doves. In this iteration, she becomes mosquitoes. The teachings within the basket women's story do not stand alone. They reflect deeper principles that our matriarchs have carried since time immemorial. When we look closely, we see that the story connects directly with the roles and responsibilities and strengths First Nations women continue to embody today. Women as keepers of knowledge and tradition. First Nations women have always been the carriers of law, of story, and of spiritual guidance. We keep alive the teachings of the stories, the oral traditions, and laws, passing on lessons learned from their grandmothers. Women as the heart of land and family. Our oral traditions emphasize women as guardians of land and water and sacred spaces, holders of cultural continuity, and the anchors of family life. Resilience and matriarchal authority. Many First Nations have historically been guided by matriarchal or women-centered governance, where women play central roles in diplomacy, in decision-making, ceremony, and community care. Weaving economy and governance, First Nations women have long held economic governance systems. For us in Coast Salish territory, we see this clearly through traditional arts like weaving woolly dog hair blankets, critical for trade and for ceremony, wealth distribution, and relationship building. Contemporary women are leading justice work. Today, First Nations women continue these ancestral roles through advocacy for murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited Plus, justice, safety initiatives, community wellness, and nation rebuilding. These teachings live in the work we do. We honor these truths as First Nations women and the purpose that it brings us, and this is the purpose that brings us together in this important gathering. We also face many challenges as First Nations women leaders. The path of leadership I inherited is one I walk with gratitude, but I also reflect on it with honesty. Because even with strong teachings and ancestral guidance, First Nations women leaders continue to navigate barriers that our male counterparts simply do not face. Throughout my career, I have experienced being dismissed or ignored in political spaces. That's really hard to believe, I know, but it has happened, I guarantee it. Having my expertise questioned, being the only woman in certain rooms. Beyond these, like many of you, I have faced lateral violence, online harassment, personal attacks, threats to safety, emotional labor that goes unseen. These experiences reaffirm why safety and equity must be foundational, not optional, in leadership and in governance. And yet, despite these challenges, our strength comes from a deeper place, a place shaped by teachings, by stories, and the unwavering presence of our ancestors who guide us through the most difficult parts of the journey. A teaching from the Likes and Leadership Action Plan guides the work that we do at home. And I won't embarrass myself by trying to pronounce it in our original language. My colonized tongue can't quite get it right. But it loosely translates in English as, be ready for the work you will do. What you are doing now follows the teachings of your ancestors. Always remember your ancestors. As a hereditary chief, those words ring very true for me, but also for our entire leadership table. I have 3 elected council members, all women, who work with me. Currently, we have 4 major projects happening simultaneously, each with a community advisory committee made up of elders, youth, subject matter experts, and family representatives. And those projects are the financial administrative law, land code, master planned village site for our new village community, as well as a comprehensive community plan. And we're also working with Dr. Sarah Morales to revitalize our laws. All of this is made possible due to all women at the leadership table working together with our elders in our community and making nation building a priority. Just as our ancestors prepared us for the responsibilities we hold, they also remind us of the duty to safeguard for future generations. That duty is especially critical when we consider the realities of resource development and its impacts on our most vulnerable. And Regional Chief spoke much about that, so I won't take up too much time, but just to add that we need First Nations women at every decision-making table. Gendered safety assessments, violence prevention protocols in worker housing, safe transportation and reporting systems, economic equity through jobs and contracts and training, and recognition of Indigenous legal orders in environmental decisions. These are the conditions required for true safety and justice. And when we examine these safety concerns more closely, it becomes clear that the threats are not limited to one sector or to one region. They intersect with systemic issues, particularly human trafficking, that require coordinated nation-led solutions across all levels of government. Human trafficking remains a critical and urgent threat to First Nations women, the 2SL LGBTQIA+ people. And for us on the Leadership Council, we are working to make a coordinated response. This work must be guided by First Nations women, grounded in our teachings, and supported through long-term sustainable funding. We also call on our partners and our advocates and our allies. This is where our collective political strength matters, whether through the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, or the BCAFN, together as the First Nations Leadership Council. We collaborate across governments, and we have a responsibility to transform these concerns into concrete action, action rooted in our laws, our teachings, and our inherent authorities. Our commitments include embedding First Nations women's leadership in all regulatory processes, aligning provincial and federal policy with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Two-Spirited Plus recommendations, creating industry accountable frameworks, advancing data sovereignty, and ensuring long-term funding for community-led safety. We must build systems that do not recreate the Okanagan's basket, systems that trap the vulnerable. As we reflect on the work ahead, it is clear that these responsibilities are not new. They are the same responsibilities that were held by the little sister in the basket woman's story, by our grandmothers, and by every matriarch who protected our people before us. Our work today continues the long legacy of First Nations women as protectors, as organizers, as decision makers, teachers, carriers of law, and leaders who guide our nation back to safety. In closing, I return to Tokolets, the basket woman, and to Little Sister, the one who was overlooked but became the organizer and helped the children regain their sight and find their way to freedom. May we be those leaders for one another, vigilant, connected, and organized, because even when danger is confronted, remnants can remain. My call to action is simple. Reach back, reach across, and reach forward. Support one woman, strengthen one relationship, and take one concrete step in the next 2 weeks that turns today into protection and change for tomorrow. Haid Sapkasiam Nasiya, Haid Sapkasiam.
Thank you, Chief Thomas, for your powerful words and for reminding us about the importance of our ancestors and that we're carrying on their work today. I now would like to invite up to the stage the BCAFN Youth Representative, Crystal Lewis.
Trinkomintomi, Hasqual Toya, BACM, Crystal Queensna, Tanajantla, Skolmish Stomoch, the Okamel, a Walenti Okamel, Wethchanwamo, A to T to syilx, Stomoch, Kiat, syilx, Okanagan, a West Bank, Stomoch, a Okamel, Chinquimitomi up to A to T, Chinquimitomi up to A to T to Chayup, Chinqualnate Tinsqualin, Chinqualnate to Creator, Bruce Ogilvie, A. Elaine Moody, foster parents Quinas Touch, A. Estevan Mercia, A. Elizabeth Lewis, biological parents Quinas Touch, Chinqualnate Tinsqualin, Chinqualnate to Creator, Eos Chinsaquetos. My name is Crystal Lewis. I'm the BCAFN Youth Representative. I am so grateful to be here on the beautiful ancestral territories of the syilx First Nations, West Bank First Nations, and Okanagan First Nations territory. Just sharing that I come from the Squamish Nation and that, you know, I follow my heart, I follow the Creator. I'm so grateful for you all to be here today and to be doing this work and just really recognizing and acknowledging my ancestors. So to jump on into it, good morning, chiefs, leaders, elders, fellow youth, and special guests. My sincere thanks to Councillor Andrea Alexander for her gentle welcome and for generously sharing her time with us today. Thank you so much. I feel honored to join this meeting as a guest on this traditional ancestral territory. I'm an active community member that lives by the sayings, be the change you want to see, lead by example, and take action. I'm from Vancouver and Squamish Nation again, and I strongly believe that you can't wait for others to make changes for you. You yourself need to be the change maker. This is a motto I've always lived by from a very young age. And by leading through example, I've gained a lifetime of achievements and experiences creating change on a provincial, national, and international scale. And more importantly, I just really want to recognize the leadership and acknowledge that leadership in this room and the energy in this room. It's so powerful, and I'm so grateful again to be here. First Nations women wear many hats, but one of their most important roles is uplifting youth, nurturing potential, inspiring growth, and supporting their well-being. These are lessons that cannot be taught in schools. They're felt, lived, and sometimes youth don't feel seen, don't feel or are seen. These are the youth I want to uplift through the work that I do, through advocacy and more. Many young people are lost to the lack of, due to the housing crisis, the toxic drug crisis, and countless other heartbreaking reasons. Families feel these losses deeply, and yet it's nearly impossible for youth to thrive in a world that often shuts doors and operates in silos, which I can also speak from my own experience as well. Leadership qualities are also in First Nations youth, especially when they are left to advocate for themselves. Learning to navigate systems, stand up for their rights, and be heard is difficult, but essential. Quality of leadership is at the heart of advocacy, and advocating for safety, equity, and inclusion in resource development, making sure First Nations girls, boys, and 2S LGBTQIA+ youth are supported and centered and empowered. When communities struggle, those frustrations often reach into our homes, affecting families and youth. Young people can feel helpless and hopeless in a world shaped by colonial systems. We need to stop creating barriers for youth. We need to uplift them in ways that empower, inspire, and give them the patience and space to grow into becoming leaders. BCAFN works every day to advocate for systemic change. Change that ensures First Nation girls, boys, and 2S LGBTQIA+ are protected, empowered, and heard. Together, we can ensure that the next generation grows up in communities that are safe, that are equitable, and rooted in the strength, guidance, and leadership of First Nations women. So, Chinkwimatomiap to A to T, Chinkwimatomiap to CM. Thank you for listening. Thank you, leadership. Thank you all for being here. And I wish you much safety and wellness, and hope you enjoy the rest of this wonderful event.
Thank you, Crystal, for bringing the youth's voice forward and reminding us that it's important that we continue to support and advocate and blaze the trails for the youth coming up. So thank you for that. I'd now like to invite up the BCAFN Women's Representative, Cheryl Rule, who has the coolest hat I've ever seen. So join me in welcoming Cheryl to the stage.
Yedik Shinwenwen, good morning. I'm very grateful to see everyone here today. I'd like to welcome all the chiefs, all of our leaders, our elders, our community members, and special guests. My name is Cheryl Rule. My traditional name is Shimyam, which means rainbow. And I'm from Insuletgo, which is Coldwater Indian Band. And I am the Vice Chief of Coldwater, and I am also the elected BCAFN Women's Representative. This is my second year, and, you know, I've really enjoyed meeting so many people and, you know, really collaborating because of the important work we have to do. Gikshem to our knowledge keeper, Dr. Point, for the prayer this morning. I just always look forward to that because it really grounds me so that I can be very clear when we're speaking. We have so much important things that are needed to be said. And last night we really had a really wonderful meeting where we were talking about the collaboration of the work that we need to continue. We can't just let this work sit on a shelf. We have to actively move forward and work together as First Nations women. I want to thank Councillor Andrea Alexander for your kind welcome. and welcoming us into the syilx territory. I want to say kukshem to Regional Chief for your acknowledgement and being here. You know, I really value all the leadership of, you know, it takes hard work to be a leader. It's not an easy position to be in. We spend many hours away from our families, and, you know, I am very fortunate. I have a beautiful family. I've been married for 35 years. I have 7 grandchildren, and, you know, I really miss them. I was grateful that today my granddaughter is going to be spending a couple of days with me as the Coldwater Youth Rep. And my sister, Sean, she's a counselor for Coldwater, and my cousin, Jackie Aljam, they will be joining us. And I'm really grateful for that. You know, it builds good governance when you do have people working together. So my objective as being the BCAFN Women's Representative is to provide trustworthy and transparent leadership while advocating for human rights, universal dignity, environmental justice, and the rights of First Nations peoples. My focus includes enhancing governance, human resources, and policy development while preserving language, culture, and traditional knowledge in collaboration with First Nations knowledge keepers and elders. I'm committed to raising awareness of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, 2SLGBTQIA+ people, and men and boys. And the reason that got me into this work was, you know, I lost my cousin, Cherish Oppenheim, and this is what started my work. With the MMIW, I ended up taking the House of the Moon training, which was Canada and the US. And that really taught me how much work we have to do. It really opened my eyes, and it made me see that we're continually losing our people. And we need to stand up and stop. We need to say we've had enough. So I'm really proud that I took that training, and that which got me into leadership. I was humming and hawing for a long time saying I'm not ready, and I had a lot of supportive family who said, you got to just do it. Step up and do it. And I'm glad I did, because now I get to be an active voice and saying no more. We're not going to allow this anymore. I'm really proud of our community. I worked in a school district for 9 years, and we actually started a program called Kids in the Know. And we're indigenizing it. We indigenized it to the Intlagutmuk language. They're working on the syilx language right now, as well as the Michif. So we need to actively start providing programs for our youth so that they're aware of the risks that are currently happening. I also help support residential school survivors. We did a really amazing walk from the Kamloops Residential School to Coldwater last year.
And
it was a 4-day journey.
5 minutes,
and I'm really proud of our elders.
Minutes.
That took a lot for them. That journey was a lot. And at the end, we've seen amazing healing. So we need to encourage our communities to continue to do this work.
No, it started, but we're still on opening remarks. And
First Nations women have played a central role in our governance, in our families, and in our culture.
Audio, but I didn't know
and
why.
we are the change.
Someone just muted us.
Today we stand together to address the challenges we're facing with our people. And we must elevate our voices of leadership. Women have the power to heal, to inspire, and to lead for future justice, safety, and equity.
So whoever muted us by accident.
To mirror the words of Regional Chief, we are here to remember and acknowledge one of the ongoing crises that haunts our communities, and the issue of missing and murdered First Nations women and girls, 2SLGBTQIA+ people, and men and boys, which is why we're here today. This crisis has been ongoing for far too long, and it is the tragedy that we carry in our hearts and thoughts. It continues to leave scars on our families, on our communities, and in our spirit. The 231 calls to justice delivered in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls were not simply recommendations. They're calls to action. A call to us to stand up, to raise our voices, and to demand accountability from all levels of government and related sectors. We have some empowering presentations today and tomorrow on how some of this work is being done. I'm looking forward to these discussions and hearing from you all. I warmly welcome you to connect with me during and after the gathering, whether to join focus on this vital work or to explore how I might support the work alongside you. I want to say Guksham, and it's really wonderful to see a lot of faces that I've seen before, and I look forward to spending time with you and continuing this important work. Guksham.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. And I too am glad that you stepped into leadership. You're making such a difference for so many. So thank you for sharing that story. And a little bird told me that you designed your hat. So, and some earrings that Dr. Point is wearing. So just so much talent. Thank you. And last but certainly not least of the opening speakers today is the BCAFN 2SLGBTQIA+ representative, Oreen Askew, also known as DJ Osho, who I'm a huge fan of. Their pronouns are awesome and I am a rock star. They literally are a rock star in so many ways. And so I just want to welcome Oreen to the stage for some of her opening remarks today.
Thank you, aunties. Good morning, chiefs, leaders, elders, and special guests, and to the folks online. Thank you to Councillor Andrea Alexander for your welcome and for giving us your time. Dr. Point for that incredible prayer this morning. And she definitely wasn't lying. When you walk into this room, you can feel the energy and the safety. I feel like I'm hanging out with a bunch of relatives and aunties. I love it. I'm grateful to be joining this meeting as a guest on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Syilx Okanagan people. Hot Squile Tanoya, Skohomish Aslahan Okameoch, Oreen Askew Queensna, Chinwa, DJ Osho, Tamalia Queen Kushamin, Like Chastity said, my name is Oreen Askew, also known as DJ Osho. I'm Afro-Indigenous from the Squamish Nation, and I'm two-spirited. So there's about 5 things going on in this body one time. My friends call me the human traffic light. It's very true. I wanted to give a shout out to my relatives from the Squamish Nation, Carla and Cheryl and Crystal. I don't know where she went, the youth route. I always say this as a joke, but I think Squamish people are taking over the BCAFN. There's quite a few of us. But this morning I'll be sharing about my work as the BCAFN 2S LGBTQIA+ representative and some key issues I believe that we as leadership need to prioritize. Something I try to do is to spell out the acronym. Does everyone know about the acronym, what each letter means? Okay, so it's two-spirited, lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and everybody else. So I always like to get that out there for people to know. So as an Afro-Indigenous and two-spirit person, my vision has consistently focused on creating inclusive spaces that connect First Nations to LGBTQIA+ individuals with their communities and cultural heritage in all its diversity. I'm grateful for the opportunity to further this work with a key priority of amplifying the voices of First Nations to LGBTQIA+ people in BC through events, while representing regional perspectives on the National Council as one of 2 self-identifying women. Furthermore, I'm committed to laying the foundation for future leaders to continue advancing this vital advocacy. Thank you for being here today and for contributing your time, thoughts, and energy to the conversations that are essential in driving real change for our communities. Your commitment is what strengthens the foundation for the work ahead. I want to take a moment to acknowledge something deeply important. For many 2S LGBTQIA+ people, the experience of coming out can be filled with fear and uncertainty. Fear of rejection, of not being accepted, of losing connection to family, community, and culture. For some, the fear is not abstract. It is very real, and it can shape how safe they feel simply being themselves. As leaders, community members, and partners, we each have a responsibility to reflect on what we can do to change that experience. I invite all of us to take a moment and consider, what does safety truly look like in our communities? Not just physical safety, but emotional, cultural, and spiritual safety. Are our spaces welcoming? Are our words inclusive? Are our actions showing acceptance and respect? If not, how can we be the change to create safety for First Nations 2S LGBTQIA+ people? Being an ally is not a title. It's an ongoing practice. It means listening without judgment, speaking up against discrimination, and creating environments where 2S LGBTQIA+ people feel seen, valued, and supported. As leaders, we know everyone deserves to feel safe, accepted, and proud of who they are. I invite you to reach out to me anytime to collaborate on this important work, or if there is a way I can be support to your community. Chen Kun Mantomia, thank you again for your commitment and for being part of a vital conversation. Together, we can make meaningful strides towards justice, safety, equality in all our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Oreen, DJ Osho. If you haven't heard her DJ, oh man, you need to. She's really great. I just want to take the time to acknowledge and thank our regional chief, Chief Terry TG, and Crystal and Oreen and Cheryl for their leadership, and just thank you for your ongoing dedication to this work. And just want to thank everyone for, all the work you do for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and to stop violence against Indigenous women. For myself, this is a really important issue that I advocate on a regular basis. I'm actually part of the advisory council for the city of Vancouver, for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We help provide advice to the city on how we can make things safer for Indigenous women and girls. And, I've worked with a lot of really strong Indigenous women in the urban center who, we do our best. And one of the things that we did a response report, and out of that response report, the city said yes to our calls. And one of them is we're creating a red dress alert for the city of Vancouver for missing persons. And we've had some experience with it, and it's going to be a very successful program because they've already tried it within the city, just within their staff. And we're looking forward to the day that we can, and make that announcement official. And so I just want to let you know about that because it's such important work that's being done, and acknowledge all the important work that our leaders are doing and continuing to do to support our Indigenous women and girls missing and murdered and stopping the violence. That's one of my biggest things, is being an advocate to stop violence, because I too, my mom, was a very kind person, but went to an unkind institution like residential school. And, as a second generation survivor, the violence didn't pass me up. It is very much a part of my life, and that's why I work really hard to stop that violence. And I just wanted to take this time to introduce our next speaker. I want to acknowledge and introduce you to Crystal with a K. Is that how I pronounce your name, with a K? Thank you. She's a syilx artist, a knowledge keeper, and she's going to come up here, and we're going to have a hybrid event, and we want to welcome Crystal to the stage for our cultural presentation. It's called The Land Teaches Me. Crystal will reflect on the syilx legacy to guide and support future generations in her community, to also love, understand, and pay close attention to the land. Crystal with a K is a syilx artist, knowledge keeper, and is from West Bank, and she is devoted syilx artist with over 20 years of experience. Crystal continues her advocacy within syilx language and culture as a lifelong learner. Crystal's artistic abilities and wealth of knowledge reflect syilx mentorship and continued support within her traditional territory. So I'd like to welcome Crystal up to the stage.
Check. There you go. Loud and clear. I was instructed to move slow for the camera, so I'm gonna do so right now. Oh, what a good morning. Woo-wee, everybody's getting long-winded, eh? Isquist ba hwaulam kantil stagat ulniut kikin mut ala. Isquist ba hwaulam ye aums Northern Lights. It's good to be here among all of you. Beautiful. Yeah, it's me. Tikal Milo. Good women. Good people. And our Stamiat people as well. So, heard you were talking about me. I'm just gonna get you guys to, if you stand up for a little bit and have a little bit of a stretch, okay? It's a lot, eh? Whoo-wee. Oh, I gotta move slow. Remember, move slow for the camera. have a little bit of a stand up and a little bit of a stretch. All right, you can cue the visuals there. So take care of yourself and breathe into your lungs and have yourself a little moment, kind of get limber up, eh? There's a lot of work that's going to be done these next couple of days, so you guys got lots of work. And then feel free to just be seated when you feel that's the time for you to sit down. You go right ahead, okay? You can stand or sit. I've been doing this work for a while. My community named me a knowledge keeper. I didn't pick that name for myself. It wasn't like, hey, I can't wait to grow up and be a knowledge keeper. There was, can't wait. Woo! I'll tell you what it's not right away, right? It certainly doesn't suggest that I have all the answers. No, I don't know everything. No, it doesn't solve everyone else's issues. No, it doesn't do any of that stuff, okay? Being a knowledge keeper, talencha, ispaus, what it means in my heart, right, is that I'm entrusted to understand and know things about our people, to witness, to pay attention and work quietly. Spend time on the land and ensure that there is that transfer of knowledge to the younger people. Make sure what's here goes to a young person, younger than me. That's my job as a keeper. And I'm so blessed. I get to work with all the wild ones, hey? All the wild teenagers. You got some too. You guys got wild teenagers in your lives. Yeah, or we were once a wild teenager, right? How come the wild ones always pick me? They tell me I'm mean, and they still come to my house and hang around and eat my food and get into all the dry fish and dry meat. Eat everything, eh? So I wanted to show you visuals of my life, and I wanted to show you in a way that it happens to me when I'm on the land, and not in any order, not in any speech or anything like that. Just talk to you a little bit about how the land teaches me. I'm really blessed to be from this beautiful place, eh? This is a beautiful. I'm just saying out loud, it's real beautiful here. And some of the best things that have ever happened to me is because I'm from here. And I hope that you have that back home too, where where you're from is beautiful. And all those cool places on the res are untouchable, hey? Yeah, we went through something pretty rough a couple days ago. Pretty rough. And that's, being somebody of precedence and somebody who's done good work and matters, I'm no exception to life. It happens. On life's terms, these things happen, hard things happen. I knew I had to be here today, though. I knew it was very important for me to be here because I am a woman among strong women and the Stamiat people. How we say that here, Stamiat, that means our two-spirit people, by the way. Just so you know, that's how we say it, Stamiat. And so that kind of covers all the bases there because, it's old news, eh? Real old action item. People want to talk about Indigenous people being inclusive and reciprocity and organic foods and all this stuff. It's like, gee, old news. That's real old news for us. So yeah, we, when I I got into this work. One of the things that I was really having a hard time with was talking in my language. I had a hard time because I was working with elders, fluent, could talk long time, hey, and all just talk lots, hey. So we were working together for about 2 or 3 years. I asked him one day, I was like, hey, Canadian, how you doing? You okay? And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, I'm okay. Kind of did that, that sigh, hey? And I was like, what's the matter? It's okay. And he's like, I'm just lonely today. And I said, well, we can go do this and we can go do that. And he didn't seem excited. And I said, what's really the matter? What's going on? And he said, I'm lonely. I just miss talking in my language to people. And I'm always teaching. All the time teaching. I miss that when I was a kid, just to talk, hey? That's all, just to talk over coffee and tea, just to visit. So I had this realization within me, right? Like, okay, I'm going to help him because I'm going to be able to visit. I want to be able to visit with this elder and talk with him. So I took my Kelowna to the next level, hey? The language to the next level. I was like, yeah, I'm going to learn how to talk to an elder. He's actually pretty funny. I didn't know he was funny, but it was pretty cool. There's times when he was joking around, I didn't really understand what he was saying until we started laughing, and I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty, I understand him. I understand. And it felt good. Oh, I got to slow down. I'm going too fast, eh? So, there's little things, hey? Little things, like that, just one little acknowledgement, hey, and how that transferred and changed over time so I could visit with an elder is pretty cool. I'm not a fluent speaker, but I can talk pretty good, actually. Like, I could learn and read and syilx without English. I could sit down with elders and talk with them to get them to just talk to me in the language. So it's pretty good, but not all the way fluent. Don't tell people I'm fluent. I'm not. So yeah, it's been a pretty good journey, pretty rough in some places. And the last few years has been really important because I really got serious when I stepped away from 9-to-5 life. I got real sick of meetings, and I got sick of agendas, and I got sick of emails and being CC'd and everything. Holy, everybody just CCs. What is that even about? Why? I don't know. Still to this day, I'm like, don't CC me and stuff. I don't need to know. Everybody's everything. So, yeah, the beautiful part about the work that I do is I've actually adjusted my life to align with the 13 moons. There's 13 of them every year. And I aligned my life, and in between every moon is the instructions of what I'm supposed to do, where I'm supposed to go, where I'm supposed to be. It's really cool. It's actually pretty rad. It's pretty cool. So that's become a big part of my job, is to, I have a really beautiful career where I just walk around and point at things. Just talk around, eh? Tell people things. And I call my lanters my ducklings. my duckling land tours because literally that's what it looks like, hey? Just walking and whole big long line of ducklings following me. Sometimes I tell people too, I'm like, oh, I could just take you anywhere and tell you anything and you'll believe me, eh? Everyone's like, yep. I don't. I'm just kidding. I don't do that. I'm just kidding. But it'd be funny if I did, right? I'm really blessed to say that I've worked with thousands. I don't even know, could be in the 100,000s now. And you would never know. To look at me, you'd never know. I don't have letters behind my name. I don't, there's a lot of things, I guess, contemporary wise, I don't have. I don't have it. I tried to go to get an education a few times, and this work kept calling me, hey? And I just had to go for the, and say yes to the work and go do what the elders said and go to ceremony, bring my daughter to ceremony. She hung around grown-ups a lot, so by the time Emily was 5 years old, she says, Ma. I was like, what? She's like, I don't like kids. I was like, gee, you're 5. How can you not like kids? She's like, just letting you know, I don't like kids. All right. No, she's teaches me a lot too. One time I got a little brave and she was pissing me off a little bit, and I said, "You're a crybaby." She's like, "Hey, I'm not a crybaby. You're a crybaby. You cry at things that aren't even sad." I was like, "Touche." Another time too, I was, when we're not too sure if this works, hey, if it's gonna work. There's some uncertainties about doing this work. And the one time me and Emily were up just before dark, we were going hunting, and we were sitting and watching the sun go down. And usually we'll wait at the top and then start making our way just to see if we run into anything on the way back. And we were just sitting there as quiet for a long time. And then finally, out of nowhere, she was having a snack, eh? And she goes, "Ma, when I think of creator, I think of that black guy with the white suit." And I was like, Morgan Freeman? She's like, "Yeah." Guys, remember that movie, Bruce Almighty? I'm God, eh? It was pretty funny. It made me laugh pretty hard. But it was that little affirmation, hey, that my kid prays. She prays. And little affirmations, that happen over the Christmas holiday. I got home after doing something like this, probably, hey, and there's shoes right in the front door, hey, all shoes over the Christmas break and kicking, big teenager shoes, in front of my door. And that was that little affirmation that said, "You're the safe grown-up. You're the safe grown-up now. Safe grown-up that I needed growing up. I became that person." That was the moment I realized, yeah, it's real. I became the safe grown-up I needed. It's okay. That they're messy, huh? Yeah, smelly too. And teenagers and a lot of fun, but yeah. Yeah, so we have all kinds of things. I wanted to show you my life a little. This is all based on true events, okay? It's my life and the way it works. We get around strong people. You have strong people in your life. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, it's you. You're the strong person in other people's lives. You don't know who I'm talking about. When I say, oh man, in my work, I've realized out on the land too, is strong people are the most forgotten. We're really quick to take care of the crisis, hey? We're really quick on that now. We'll run to the crisis. We thrive in crisis. We're comfortable in crisis. We navigate and we heal and we help and we work. What happens to us, though, when we get better? What happens to us when we recover? The phone stops ringing. People stop showing up. No more crisis. We're okay. So I want to send out that kind prayer to the strong people in this room, the strong people in your lives. Pray for strong people too. We pray all the time for our wounded and not doing too good, but we forget about strong people, people who are doing well, people who are showing up, supporting families, doing the things that nobody wants to do. You're in here. I feel it. I know it. You're in here. All of you in here. You've done work. That's hard work. The quiet work I'm talking about. The quiet work that you don't post on Facebook. You don't talk about it. You just know it happened, and you know, and people phone you and they talk to you and they reach out and they get long-winded. They tell you their whole life story. But strong people get forgotten the most. So you encourage that prayer for us for the next few days, to pray for our strong people. You know, just because I got well in my own heart and my own mind and spirit and what the land taught me and what the land gave me, that never ever suggested once that I ever stopped needing support, that I never stopped needing service as a keeper. From what I hear too, I'm a young keeper. Doesn't feel like it some days though. Kind of feels like I've been here a few times. I'm like, oh, look, we're gonna learn already. So the land teaches me also that it's the quiet moments that really rebalance me. The quiet times, eh? I'm glad that we get to do this in these rooms. But I swear, I'm going to see you again up top, hey? I'm going to see you again outside in your hometowns or your home communities, that we're going to start doing this work back to where we belong. We got to go outside. We keep, you know, one of the things that's hard for me is I do this work, but I'm alone a lot. I am. Kananax a lot. With my kids and my dogs. We're alone a lot when we do this work. So there's something I did that not all of us have done just quite yet. But I stopped sacrificing my syilx chout to do administrative work and meetings. I stopped. I had enough. No more. I'm not accessible as much as I used to be. I come to this stuff and I do public speaking a lot. That's a gift from Creator. I accept that gift to have to come visit and talk. It's okay to do that. But the main thing is that I make that time. I won't email you back. I even have it in my email disclaimer. It's 5 to 7 days. If it's ceremony time and if it's harvesting time, you better come find me. That's how we'll be together, is if you come find me. I'll be out there. So have one last thing to do for you, and I'm gonna sing for you. Is that okay? Yeah, I don't want to take up more of your time. I know you guys have a lot of action items, and I just wanted to show you my life and share with you and say thank you for the really hard work that you do for our people. It's working. I needed you when I was a little girl. the things you're talking about, this, all the work that you're doing, the committees and the services that you provide, that you're about. I needed you. I really needed you. And thank you for taking on that work, and not knowing everything all at once, just taking it on and saying yes to the work. And I hope that there will come a day where you come back with your gumboots and your coats. You come back in your outdoor gear and we go outside together, have a bit of a day camp, How many of you here miss the land? How many of you here miss your land and miss being outside? Yeah. That's a sacrifice that you make for your people. It's a hard one, hey? You start to feel lonely, like, how come I feel so lonely and I'm around people all the time? Gee, when's the last time you've been outside? Just to be outside. When's the last time you canned or did fish or moose meat or did a hide or did some kind of cool something, some oolakins or little things like that, hey? Smoke some fish. When's the last time you did that for yourself? That's our medicine. That's our medicine. It's always going to be our medicine. Thank you all for what you're doing, and I appreciate you. Everything's, it's hard to say that everything's going to be okay because bad things happen all the time. But can't promise, everything all at once. But as long as we keep doing the good work, we'll be okay. We'll figure things out. I used to be really annoyed by people like me. People like me really annoyed me. It's like, stop telling me I'm okay. I'm going to be okay. I'm trying to suffer here. Be sad. Feel sorry for myself. And then a miracle happens, A miracle happens and it's hard to stay mad forever. It's hard to be feeling like it's all over. No. It's not the truth. It just hurts in the moment. But deep down we know that there's lots to keep fighting for. There's lots of reasons to keep going. So I want that for you and your strong people in your communities. I'm going to pray hard for your strong people too. Okay? Remember what I said. If you don't know who I'm talking about, it's you. You're the strong one. So I made a song here a while ago with some really beautiful people in my community. I'm going to sing you this song and then I'm just going to exit. Okay? Is that okay? Everyone, you understand? Yeah. Okay, so I made this song to commemorate the journey within us. The highs, the lows, the good times, the not so good, our laughter, our harvesting, all those cool things we do with our lives as Indigenous people. It's tough. I'm going to encourage you and myself, because I need that prayer too, to keep going. Lutaks and chayil. Not to give up. It's for our people, letting go and giving up are two different things. Sometimes we got to let go, but that doesn't mean we give up. Thank you for looking at my life. And yeah, so you're welcome to, you can stand or sit, whatever you want, whatever you feel comfortable with, okay?
Marucho, Crystal, for your beautiful voice and wise words. Madu. So we say big thank you in Tautan. And I also want to say Nedishcha, much love. And I want to acknowledge that Crystal is so brave for being here today. Last night, her house unfortunately burnt down in the wildfires. So I want to really acknowledge her presence here today and her strength for being here with us. And we want to support her. Family and friends have gotten together and created a GoFundMe to help her. And we're posting it there right now. So if you feel like you can reach out and support her, that would be wonderful. And we just want to say we're here for you and we support you and we thank you again for your strong presence this morning. Thank you, Crystal. And at this time, we're going to take a health break. I'm pretty sure you need one. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I know that's not a lot of time. I just want to acknowledge we are running a little bit behind, but we're still doing great. Maybe you might need more than 10 minutes. But when we return, we're going to hear from Dr. Val Napoleon. So I'm really excited to hear from Dr. Val Napoleon. And again, if you haven't signed in, please sign in over there. And also, if you need cultural support, there's the view room, okay? It's right across from us. So there's the view room over there. Okay, so we'll take our break and I'll start timing. Oh. Madhu. We're not actually starting. We're going to have an extended break because things got moved around, and that's okay. We're being very fluid. And and I know some people might go, oh my God, what are we going to do? How are we going to fix our schedule? You know what? We're moving things around and to accommodate all our speakers and just different things. It's life. We got to move things around. So part of that good life is you get a longer break. So just enjoy the break and we'll let you know when we start, okay? Hello, hello. Well, welcome back. Beautiful aunties, matriarchs, grandmas. Beautiful. I just want to welcome you all back. And I want to take the opportunity to introduce our Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity, MLA Jennifer Blatherwick. Did I pronounce it right? Just nod. Well, I'd like to introduce, and it's my pleasure to welcome MLA Jennifer Blatherwick, Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity. We're grateful to have you, and she's going to join us online. I just wanted to mention that to you in case you were looking for we're grateful to have you with us, and we look forward to hearing your update on BC gender equity. So whenever you're ready, Jennifer, please begin.
Thank you so much. And if you could just give me a thumbs up so that I know you can hear me. Fantastic. Okay, thank you. I'm so pleased to be here, even if I can only be here virtually with you today. I wish I could be there in person, especially because right now in my community, the rain is coming down in buckets. But I'm also pleased if I could take a moment to introduce two of the people that are supporting me here today. Asha Butt, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister at the Gender Equity Office, and Adina Brown, who is my Ministerial Advisor. Thank you. The work would not happen without a community of women that work together and support me every day. I get to go out and do news conferences and talk to people about the final result of the work. But without the team of people that do the lifting, the work, the preparation behind that, none of what I do could happen in the way that it does. And I am incredibly grateful for their support every moment I am here. So I am Jennifer Blatherwick. Thank you so much. You did a great job pronouncing my last name. I am a settler of mixed European ancestry. My husband and I are raising our 5 children here on the territory of the Quequitlam people. They have been the guardians of the land since time immemorial, and we have walked together many times to achieve good things for all of the people that are here. Just this last few months, we worked together to ensure that there was an emergency weather shelter for people who are unhoused in our neighborhood. They continue to be leaders here, and I thank them for their gratitude, their compassion, and their leadership on difficult topics. And so I am also grateful to be here with you today to talk about building safety and equity in resource development. We need to, government needs to, not just communicate clearly what we have heard in the past, what we know continues to happen, what's been shared with us, but we also need to speak openly about what steps we're taking right now, to listen to feedback about those steps, and then to continue to listen fully as we go forward and take that feedback in a meaningful, productive way. So as the Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity, though, my role reaches across government into different ministries. My job is to ensure that the Women's Transition Housing Fund, in cooperation with the Ministry of Housing, gets fully implemented, making sure that we have units of housing in the province that will support women and their families that are fleeing violence. And it's also my role to work with different ministries to ensure that legislation and internal policy is becoming more fair and more inclusive. And I work with the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General and the Attorney General on the rollout of our response to the Stanton report. So making sure that we are improving the experience of survivors of gender-based violence, sexual assault, domestic violence, in coming to the justice system and then their experience when they're in it. And that means trying to work on being better and more responsive as a government, but also keeping people safer when they come to us and trust us with their survivor stories. And so that means that I also want to thank you for the leadership and advocacy that each of you bring to advancing safety and justice and human rights for First Nations women, girls, Two-Spirit, and LGBTQIA+ people. It's really important to me and to the Gender Equity Office that we continue to lift up and listen to Indigenous voices and support self-determination of Indigenous people in taking steps towards healing and justice as you see it and determine it. It's critical that we collectively take action to address the underlying causes of gender-based violence, including colonialism, racism, patriarchy, misogyny, and the intersection of all of those things, and how they more deeply affect Indigenous women and girls, Two-Spirit, LGBTQ people than anyone else that lives on this land. And we must continue to fight to collectively prevent the conditions that enable and perpetuate violence and exploitation. So we know that there is an increased risk of gender-based violence. It's a consistent and a predictable consequence of economic, environmental, and public health crises. And it is something that happens during resource extraction and development projects, and it disproportionately affects smaller communities. So British Columbia is a resource-based economy. We are reliant on resource extraction in those remote communities to power all of the social services that we rely on. That work, the resource extraction, often depends on transient populations that don't have deep ties to the area. And this is vital to the economy. It brings major economic benefits and jobs to small communities. But we know that those large projects and the temporary work camps increase the risk of gender-based violence. And the British Columbia government has heard clearly from Indigenous partners that it is vital that we, as the government, continue to make sure that your communities have the resources that you need to lead the work that ends the violence and allows these projects to bring benefit and minimizing any harms. So in British Columbia, in December of 2023, we launched Safe and Supported, which was our action plan about gender-based violence. And the plan was shaped, it was led and brought into being by the voices and the wisdom of Indigenous women. And the plan includes that key priority of lifting up Indigenous-led approaches. So under that priority, we committed to supporting Indigenous self-determination, just placing resources in the hands of First Nations to determine how to move forward on preventing and addressing gender-based violence in communities where they lived, and building on strength within community. So we took that to heart. The work needs to be done, supported by us, but needs to be done from within the community, the people who live closest to it. So more than half the federal funding that we received from the Canadian government, from the Federal Department of Women and Gender Equality, under their National Action Plan to end gender-based violence, went to Indigenous-led initiatives and continues to do really good work in those communities. We're supporting the Path Forward Community Fund. I'm sure many of you know that is managed by the BC Association of Aboriginal Friendship Centres. And that fund is used to support Indigenous people to create and implement culturally safe and appropriate solutions to violence. And we're also providing funding to support work under the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. And that is to help fully roll out, to implement the Indigenous Women's Justice Plan. So that funding is supporting the Justice Council to deliver cultural competency training for justice staff, and to advance the work related to the current priorities identified by the Indigenous Women's Justice Plan. So that would be developing a crisis response strategy, addressing man camps, and then strengthening provincial legislation and policy around these issues. And so then under the Safe and Supported Action Plan, we're also supporting the First Peoples Cultural Council to provide grants to support First Nations cultural practices, ceremony and events that celebrate the roles and the relationships and the responsibilities within a community that break cycles of violence and then make communities stronger. And we're going to continue to take steps to address gender-based violence in the natural resource sector. So BC's Environmental Assessment Office, the EAO, develops policies, training for EAO compliance and enforcement officers to help address and mitigate gender-based violence at industrial projects. We know that without working proactively to create proactive safeguards ahead of the projects, that work camps can contribute to increased risk, an increased incidence of gender-based violence. So that's been documented in the Indigenous Communities and Industrial Camps report and through the lived experience shared by communities. So the EAO will continue to initiate consultation and cooperation with First Nations on a proposed standard template that for a condition within the environmental assessment certification that's focused on preventing and responding to gender-based violence in industrial work camps. So the intention is for this condition to be included in certificates that for applicable projects, bigger projects, while maintaining room for project-specific flexibility. So the aim is for ensuring that project proponents look ahead, they identify, they assess, they mitigate risks, and they develop a detailed response plan in coordination, in consultation, in constant communication and conversation with local communities. So part of that work will develop a broader gender-based violence policy framework. So the EAO will partner with the Ending Violence Association of British Columbia, and they're going to create and then deliver gender-based violence awareness for their staff, and also risk mitigation training for their staff. So the training is tailored for project assessment staff and compliance and enforcement officers, and it will help them better understand the violence-related risks associated with big projects and big projects that have large transient workforces. And through that training, the goal is for EAO staff to get practical skills and an enhanced awareness that will support a better, more thorough understanding of the risks, the contributing factors, and the ongoing impact of gender-based violence. And we want them to be more effective and to be culturally sensitive in their engagement with communities. And we want them to have stronger oversight throughout the life cycle of the project. So from the beginning to the middle, all the way to the very end of the project, and to ensure that they can keep up their oversight of the projects all the way through from basically the cradle to the grave of the project. So the work to improve that safety around industrial projects is ongoing. It continues to evolve as we learn which approach is most effective. So strengthening gender-based violence prevention within environmental assessments is one tool to help ensure that development supports community well-being in meaningful and lasting ways. The AAO efforts through building staff understanding or setting clear expectation for how a work camp is going to operate. They're aimed at creating a stronger foundation for a safer, a more respectful, a better project workplace environment, not just on the job site, but in their interactions with the surrounding community. So the EAO worked with the Squamish Nation to help support their grassroots elder and residents pilot program at wood fiber LNG. So this the hope is that this kind of communication, this partnership, will help bridge the gap between Western and Indigenous ways of healing for Indigenous people experiencing gender-based violence in the community where big projects are being held. Will help us communicate better. Will help us bridge those gaps for the people that are on the land and the people that are coming to work on the land. So I understand the First Nations Justice Council is looking at this work to see how it could be leveraged and applied to industrial projects in other parts of the province, and that's really encouraging. It's the projects that the EAO office is undertaking right now. They're huge, big projects, and the partners that cooperate with them are often have resources themselves, have a larger resource ability to participate in consultation, in feedback. But for smaller communities, that can be really tough. So how do we do a really good job of ensuring that there is communication for big projects, but also for smaller projects? And we know that overall, there's more that needs to be done to keep Indigenous women and girls safe. So that includes having access to cell service, safe transportation options, particularly in rural, remote, and northern areas. We know that on remote highways, continuous access to cell service, that's really key to ensuring that there's a safe environment so that people can stay in touch with their support networks and get to emergency services when they need to. And that's why we're going to continue to push to expand cellular service to rural, remote communities, making it safer for people to travel, making it safer for everyone to travel, but especially for women and girls. So that's going to include provincial and federal investments to provide 252 kilometers of continuous cell service along Highway 16. That's from Prince George to Prince Rupert. That's the Highway of Tears. And so BC is also taking action to respond to the call for injustice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls to provide safe and affordable transit and transportation operations in rural and remote communities. So provincial investments in regional transit services and community vehicle programs along the Highway of Tears, it will continue with the aim of providing reliable, affordable, and safe transportation along that route. It is one of the top priorities, and I am very much looking forward to seeing completion of cellular service along that route. So experiencing precarious housing and homelessness can also increase a person's risk of victimization. And I want to speak frankly that the systematic dispossession of First Nations people from their land have contributed to a disproportionate representation of Indigenous people in unhoused populations. So the 2020 homeless count found that 39% of residents were Indigenous, despite Indigenous people representing a much smaller portion of BC's total population. So safe and affordable housing is critical to stopping the cycle of gender-based violence. You can't leave if there's nowhere to go. And that's why BC, I spoke earlier about the Women's Transition Housing Fund. And so we've been investing in the goal of 3,000 units of transition housing. Right now, we're at 1,700 units, I think just over, I think it's 1,704 units, either completed or in process, and they will be coming to completion within the next year or two. So we know that there is more to do. There is always more to do, but we are committed to continuing to work with hand in hand, to work together, to work with Indigenous partners to build a province that is safer for Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, gender diverse, and LGBTQIA plus people. Ending violence is a collective action. It's a collective accountability and a collective solidarity. I have been talking for quite a while now, So I'm going to stop. If it's possible, what is really important for me today, if there's a chance to do that, is to hear from you, is to listen to how some of the things I've talked about are working in your community. If there's any questions and your ideas on what is our long path to prevention and healing and justice. So thank you, and I welcome your thoughts and comments.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, the Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity for the province of British Columbia. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us today, and also for all of the initiatives that you're supporting in British Columbia and keeping the agenda of Indigenous women at the forefront of your investment and the initiatives that you're leading. We truly appreciate your time and contributions, and we will be in touch with a follow-up regarding opportunities for collaboration, as well as to share any questions from participants. So appreciate your time today, and look forward to continuing to have your support as we move forward to creating safer communities for Indigenous women and girls and families. So thank you. We're going to move into lunch very shortly. I just want to remind folks to turn your phone on silent if you haven't already for the remainder of today and tomorrow. It just helps participants be able to stay focused and in the room. And a reminder of the importance of grounding ourselves. There's a lot of information just in this morning, and we still have another day and a half. So I want to remind you of the cultural support that is available in the view room with Barbie Whiskey Jack, who is here from Indian Residential School Survivors Society. Also important just to go outside if you have some time during lunch, just to get some fresh air and ground yourself. Drink water. I'm seeing Dr. Point tell me to remind folks to drink water, which is also very grounding. And a note that Indigenous Wellness Canada will be here tomorrow between 10 and 2, and they're offering red light therapy sessions. So if you don't know what that is, there's more information at the registration with Ada and Victoria. You can also sign up for the red light therapy sessions with Ada and Victoria. So if you'd like more information or to sign up for one of those sessions, Ada and Victoria at the registration table will help you with that. And at the break, I had the opportunity to reconnect with Mary Ann Archie, who I had the opportunity to meet yesterday as we were really trying hard to get on the Wi-Fi. And we ended up meeting there, and then I got to reconnect with her on the break. And her and Dr. Point were sharing about a story that Mary Ann and her husband had together. So I want to invite Mary Ann up just before we break for lunch, as it's a really beautiful story and helps ground us and think about our spirituality and our connection to Creator before we break for lunch. So Mary Ann, do you want to come up? And I believe AV has your... yes, perfect. I'm getting the thumbs up from James.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Archie, and I asked our chief, Helen, to come up with me because I've never done this before. Anyway, the photo that I'm going to share is a photo I took myself. It's a photo, but is a real story behind it that has a lot of meaning to my husband, to myself, and to my family. Over a year ago, we lost a young man in our community that was very close to my grandson. He was 22. And we were having a hard time with it because they lived next door. My grandson played with them. They were always at our house and shared this friendship until he passed, my grandson's friend. My husband was very distraught. He's a very, very prayerful man. That says a lot from someone coming from the residential schools. He doesn't like to be called survivors because he says he's still here. He said, I wish you would find another word, but it's what it is. He grew up a really, really difficult life, but if you knew him today, you'd see his smile and his laughter. If you got to know him, then you know that he's a very prayerful person. And when he went out, the night they were bringing this young man home next door, my husband went out and he is very distraught. He's very emotional. And he went out and he says, is anybody up there listening to me? Does anybody out there care? Does anybody hear my prayers? Is there anybody going to answer me? Really emotional. And the moon was bright, really bright that night. And a full moon. And all of a sudden he came running into the house and he says, Marianne, come out, I want to show you something. And as soon as he said, I want to show you something, I grabbed my camera because I didn't know what I was going to see. And I went out there with him and we went right at the back of our house. And he said, look up, so I looked up. The moon was no longer bright. It had the glow of orange. He said that was the first thing that he saw. Inside the orange came the blue. And from what if people know about Mother Mary, heard about, those were her colors that she wore when she appeared in Guadalupe in Mexico. This holds a lot of meaning to our family because we go to church in 100 Mile and we have shared it with some people. Some of our older friends have cancer. Some of our friends have lost someone in their family that have meant a lot to them. So I'd just like to share this picture, and I asked him permission to share it because we only have a few photos that we have developed because this is his story. But the story that he wants to share is there is somebody out there listening. There's somebody that hears our prayers no matter how distraught we are. That there's something out there that is greater than us, that gives us hope, that gives us strength for all the work we do as leadership, as grandmothers, and as leaders in our communities for our people. And I'd just like for you to take the message saying that there is hope for all the work that you do. There is somebody listening. No matter how difficult life gets, you ask for help. It may not be today or tomorrow. You don't know when. So I would just like you to just take this message and continue to hope, continue to pray, and be strong leaders and support each other in a good way. Good job.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for sharing that story of connection and prayer and that beautiful photo of the full moon. So I just would like to invite you to take that message with you over lunch. And as mentioned, maybe some outside time, water, taking care of yourself. Lunch is over to my left, your right. And we'll break until 12:45. We're going to come back a little bit early if we can, just to try and make up some time this morning. And when we come back, we'll have our keynote, Dr. Val Napoleon, open us up after lunch. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back at 12:45. One in the room and online, welcome back after lunch. We're going to get the afternoon rolling here, as we were running a little bit behind this morning, so just want to try and make up some time this afternoon so that we can still end at 4:15 as planned. I'm so excited for this next speaker. I've had the opportunity to listen to Dr. Val Napoleon give a keynote speech many years ago, and so I'm very excited that we have the opportunity in this time and space to hear from her. She will speak to the topics of Indigenous law and gender and Indigenous feminism in the context of revitalizing legal orders and governance. Her keynote presentation is titled Creating a Future Imaginary Together. It is in our power. Dr. Val Napoleon is a professor for the Faculty of Law and the Law Foundation Chair of Indigenous Justice and Governance at UVic and the former acting Dean of Law. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Val Napoleon to the stage.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. I felt like it's been a real privilege to be here and to soak up the energy and to listen to inspiring perspectives. I'm just setting a timer for myself. So I feel gifted by your energy and by the things that you've shared. There's a PowerPoint that you can all see. So there are... But before we get into that, thank you for the prayer. Thank you for the welcome and the introductions. It's a reminder to make sure that we ground ourselves before we begin. So in this PowerPoint presentation, there are a number of images, and there's a couple of reasons for these images. One, I was told a long time ago that we listen better if we have something to look at. So just in case your mind might wander a tiny bit, you've got something to look at. And the other thing is that a lot of the images are like this one, which is up there right now. It's plants growing in improbable places. And whenever I see these plants doing this, wherever, like in every little corner, wherever they can sort of squeeze a few roots in, I think of Indigenous law because, our laws have been hammered. Our laws haven't gone anywhere, but they've been damaged, they've been distorted, the space for them has been restricted. And so, but it's still there. So every little place where our peoples have had a chance to act on legal responsibilities to one another, you see evidence of law still being a part of our families and our communities. So my intention here is to, I want to focus on the kinds of resources with intellectual and thinking resources from our own legal traditions. What can help us from the past that we can take into the future? What are the things that we can draw on right now, all of you, right now, with who you are, to step forward? And we know you've heard many people already talking about some of the things that we see and that we're experiencing. We see the challenges that are in governance and in leadership, and that's at every level. Wherever you turn, there are those challenges that are existing. There's sexism, there's misogyny, there's the degradation of our planet, and the expansion of fascism when we look around the world and south of the border. There's the undermining of civil society and democracy, and there are wars, and there's the attendant sexual violence that goes along with those things. What we have to keep in mind, though, is that as Indigenous women, you are amazing. We are amazing. As Indigenous women, trans, gender diverse, or as the current languages, 2SL, GBTQQIA+. We are amazing and we're still here. And the reason that we're amazing and that we're inspiring is because we deal with all of the challenges that are in our lives and that are thrown at us all the time. And then the next day, we keep doing it. And we deal with the next thing that the world brings up for us. All the while, we're dealing with our families, we're dealing with the different kinds of crises that are going on, and the endless community demands, all of the demands that are coming at us all the time. We're not isolated or immune from the dynamics that happen in the world. And as our regional chief, Terry TG, has spoken to, the global dynamics have real consequences in our families and in our communities. So there's various kinds of environmental crises. We don't have to look very far to see the experience with floods and fires and the paralyzing conflicts created by violence in some of our communities. There's also the worrying social media for our very young people, our vulnerable people, and there's the stress of living in the world where there's so much conflict and uncertainty. So all of that is the context for here right now for all of us. But here's the thing. I don't want to talk about doom and gloom. It's not depressed people that create change. It's people who can see beyond that. And there are so many amazing things that are happening despite all of the stuff that the world is throwing at us. So in the time that I have, I want to tell a story. And you've already heard one amazing story today. And I want to explore how to think with the stories and thinking about the past and bringing that forward. And I want to tell you about some of the major work that we're doing with Indigenous law here and elsewhere in the province and nationally and the world. And I want to suggest a way forward for some of the challenges that we all face. So I've got some tools that I hope you will find helpful for the real stuff that we grapple with in our work. And to get us going, I want to quote the beautiful and wonderful and courageous Dr. Tracy Lindbergh. She wrote the Cree word for love, and she also wrote another one earlier than that. I really recommend her writing to you. So she's Cree. She doesn't idealize Cree law. She doesn't idealize any law for that matter, but what she does instead is she captures the real disruptions in Indigenous law, including Cree law. Our laws have been disrupted, but she also looks beyond that to the beauty and the strength, despite the distortions in Cree sensibilities. The overarching theme in her book about Cree is Cree sensibilities and love and experiences. Like what she talks about is the humor. And I've been sitting over there listening to the laughter. Whenever we have a chance, people laugh, and that's a strength. But she also taught there's hard stuff. We deal with the hard stuff too. And there's beauty, and there's love, and there's agency, and there's sexuality, and there's power. There's all of that is here and in our communities. So while we need to, what she does in the book is she acknowledges our failures, all of our failures, including Indigenous failures and those caused by colonization. She unflinchingly notes two things: that not all teachings are honorable. Sometimes they have been distorted. And she warns against fundamentalism, especially when it's cloaked in traditional garb and characterized as sacred, because it stops questioning. And we need to question, and we need to create meaning, and we need to find new strengths where necessary. So at the end of the day, all of us have been formed by colonial violence. And we have to challenge and question everything, including Indigenous law, all the while we're restoring it. And we must challenge and question and restore systematically and constructively what law is. So I'm going to tell you a story. It's short. And I'd like you to think about two questions as you listen to the story. I was told not too long ago that there's things, our brain actually works differently when we hear stories. There's different things that happen in how we feel and how we think when we hear stories. And the way that we've been working with stories or oral histories or narratives and so on is that they're a way that our peoples organized important information for future recall. Our minds work better with stories than they do with lists of things. So there's lots and lots of ways to learn and teach law, including Indigenous law. And this is one way, by drawing the law from the stories. So this story is a Dene story, and it is called Medicine Power Woman. So this is from George Blondin, who was a Dene elder, and he said that the stories are short for a reason, because we didn't have that much time to sit and just listen to stories. So the stories can be understood like segments. They tie together, and we need to think about all of them and the relationship between the stories. And then there's Lewis Bird, who's a Cree elder, and what he said was that stories are for thinking, and sometimes there are really hard stuff in the stories, and that's really important because it forces us to think and forces us to remember. And just one tiny thing before I start the story, every generation brings experience and different questions to the telling of the stories today. And I was in one recent gathering where there were young people drawing law from a story. And they said, hey, that story is about trans. That story, and that, because law is about interpretation. We have to always interpret. Law doesn't interpret itself. So today's generation is seeing a whole other world and riches in the stories that they can then take for today's work. So Jumping Martin and White Flower were sisters. And one cold winter, the two sisters were traveling with their husbands. The women were pulling their toboggan and the men walked ahead searching for game. Two enemy men detoured the sisters away from the direction that their husbands were going. The two men attacked the women and sexually assaulted them. They made the woman cook for them, but they refused to share any of the food. The men forced the women to sew moccasins, they slapped them, they yelled at them to work harder. Jumping Martin heard her sister crying, and she decided to do something about their situation. After the men and her sister fell asleep, she concentrated on her past life. In that life, an old man and an old woman had visited her and gave her medicine power. They told her how to use it. The old woman said she was Isain Unla, and she said, anytime you want to make medicine power, think hard and call me. I will come help you. You are a woman, and you will have a choice in how you use sex in your life. And if you have sex with someone, you can also have power over that someone, and you can make their life miserable if you want to. The old man introduced himself as Isai Cho, and he said, I give you owl medicine, and you can use it to help people if you want. There are 5 kinds of owls, he said, from very smart to very stupid. You can use their medicine for many different purposes. Now, Jumping Martin called on Isain Unla and Isi Cho to help her. They appeared before her, and she told them about the abuse by the men. Isai and Unla said, "We could kill them right now if you want. But since you've had sex with them, you can already control them." Isai Cho said, "With your own owl medicine, you can make them crazy. Their minds can be taken over by the crazy owl, and they won't even know where they are. They won't know how to take care of themselves in the cold winter." Jumping Martin decided to have the men lose their minds. She told White Flower to pack the toboggan. As they were leaving, she kicked the two men and looked into their vacant eyes. They were laughing with craziness, and she knew they would suffer and probably die. Jumping Martin continued to help women who suffered abuse by men. Even though she was considered dangerous by many, she helped many people from all kinds of sickness, and she used her medicine to confront people who were abusing their power. So I want to go back. Sorry. I'm so gway here. No, we're going back again. Okay. This question. How does it make you think? And what does it make you think about? So just take like 60 seconds and turn to the person beside you and just ask yourself that. How did the story make you think? And what did it make you think about? All right, so I just wanted you to have a little taste of a taste with the story, like to just see what it awakens in you and how it makes you think. And what it demonstrates is the power of the story. There are people who are using the stories in lots and lots of different ways, including acting them out and so on. And it's really a way to get into the depth of the stories. So I wonder whether there might be a couple of people who just want to share a highlight from their table. Like, we don't have a lot of time, but just a highlight, one highlight from a table. So maybe in the corner over there? Anyone else? Resilience, okay? Other things that came to mind. There was resilience, yep. We were talking about hope. Hope. She didn't give up, did she? And she was resilient. What else? She took her power back, survival, yeah. Anything else? And women helping women, yeah. They didn't stand by and watch each other suffer, yeah. So just from that one little exercise of thinking about what's the story about and how does it make you think, so that's one way in, and that's one that I've used with kids, like my grandkids, like to get them to start asking questions of the stories, because the stories, often they sound simple and people underestimate them about how rich they are and how wise and how much you can learn from them. And stories aren't always about what to do. It's not like it's a fable or something like that. They're more complicated, and the way that they work, they work in many ways, and they can tell you many different things depending on the kinds of questions that you ask of the stories. And so there's a whole range of things to just really push your thinking with. And so narrative or using the stories is one way that we've been working in some of the work that I've been doing with the Indigenous Law Research Unit. But it's work that many communities are doing as well, like through Alberta and elsewhere. And so the methodology includes just asking a question of the story. So if you ask a question about family law, that's what you'll learn. If you ask a question about harms or injuries, that's what you'll learn. If you ask about water or fish or lands, and those are things that you'll learn. So stories that look really simple have all kinds of ways of thinking in it. The other thing to remember is that sometimes the stories are also counter stories. They're what not to do. So and we can use them with metaphor, and we can use them in lots of different ways. What we do is we use lots of stories, and you need lots of stories. You wouldn't think about Canadian law with one case, right? Our people use lots of stories to think about different legal questions. And so one way into this story is by asking what's the appropriate response when women are kidnapped and abused? That's one question you could ask the story. And then what happens when it's from people from outside the community or from inside the community? So you were talking about man camps, you were talking about all of those different situations. So if you were using this methodology in your communities, you would look at lots and lots of stories, 40 or more, and you would look at all those stories and you would draw information from them. The second part of this, so asking the question is the first part. The second part is looking at what facts matter to the question you're asking. And then the next part is looking at, so what happened? What kind of decision was made? What was the legal response? And what you saw, and what some of you started to get to, is that Jumping Martin turned inward. She turned inward to think about how to help overcome the men that were abusing her and her sister. And then after surviving, she decides to use her knowledge and her experience and her gifts to help others. So those were two responses, legal responses to the question that was asked. And then what makes it a legal analysis is by thinking about what are the reasons, what happened. Reasoning is the way that we think aloud together. So when you look at the story and you look at the why, there's some things that are said and there's some things that are unsaid. So the said reason was that Jumping Martin heard her sister crying and she decided to do something. What was unsaid was that Jumping Martin continued to help women who were abused to overcome that abuse because she was given gifts to combat violence against the violence that was taking place against women and against abuses of power. So there's also always in stories, there's things you're not quite sure what to do with them. And so we use a process called bracketing. We take what we don't know and we just set it aside for a minute. And then what happens is by the time you get through 30 or 40 stories, and we work in groups because law is a collaborative process. It's not what one person says it is. So you work and you explore, and sometimes the things in your brackets, you'll see how they make sense, or you'll see how they connect. And so the brackets here, here's what we don't know in the story. It didn't tell us, right? What happened to the sisters' husbands? Where'd they go? how come they didn't come back to search for the women? What if the abusers were from the women's own community? How would that be different than if they were from other communities? What was the significance of medicine power and past lives? Like, how did that work in this story? And then one of the things that I was wondering about was how old were the women? Because one of the lines in one of the versions of the story was that when the Isai Cho was talking to them, he said, "You will turn into women." So I wondered, like, that must mean they were really young when this happened. So that's another thing to think about. So you can see how you can have conversations around your kitchen table or in meetings or in schools about any of these stories, and you by asking questions of the stories and not taking anything in the story for granted. Like, the stories are ancient, and the information that's in those stories is there for a reason, right? So we can learn from them. The stories, there's lots of different versions. It's not about finding the right one. It's about using them as tools for thinking about things. So there's the next step of this process, which is about taking the information and the learning, the teachings from many, many stories, and pulling them together in a way that can continue to help more people. So one of the ways to think about law is that law itself doesn't give you answers. What law does, what it should do, is provide you with a way to get to your answers, to create an answer. Ultimately, law has to be about solving problems. Otherwise, what's the point of it, right? So the way then of solving the problem together is it has to be legitimate. It has to make sense to people. And it also has to be inclusive. So those are different standards, we can say, for what's a legal process that makes sense. Here's the thing. All of Canadians should be talking about Canadian law in the same way that Indigenous peoples are talking about Indigenous law. Every Canadian should be asking, what makes law law? Who gets to say what law is? So those are important questions for us too. So if you were to take the story of Medicine Power Woman, and a lot of stories like that, to focus on a question, any particular question, then this is one way to do it. So we create what's called a synthesis with it. And this is just an example. And again, you need lots of stories. So we ask, like, we look at all the stories and we say, okay, so what were the legal processes in that? And I'll make copies of this available for people. Okay. So what were the legal processes? And that means looking at who got to make decisions in the story. And sometimes it's different people. It's not, because it depends on the kind of problem it is. For Cree, for instance, elders are one of the decision makers out of other decision makers. Sometimes it's leaders or medicine people or the community, depending on the kind of legal problem they're solving. But elders also have a role, like if it's a harm or a danger that might affect everybody, then they're directive in their role. But if it's not something that's going to affect everybody, they're just persuasive. So it's very subtle in terms of some of the ways that this works. But so that's one of the things you look through all the stories. Who's making decisions? Who had the final say? And then the other thing is, so what did they have to do? What were the first steps to make it, to start dealing with it in a way that is lawful? So these steps are a way to determine what the decision will be. So, one way is to recognize the warning signals. There's also making sure you warn others. There's looking at seeking guidance. So there's a series of procedural steps that you go through, and you talk to other people about what to do. And then there's a series of legal responses for dealing with that kind of problem. And there's principles that guide those legal responses. So there's the principle of healing. This is an example from a Cree synthesis. So if somebody's becoming harmful, the most common response is to try and heal that person. If that doesn't work, the next response is avoidance or separation. And usually, and lots of stories have this, Giksan stories and Dene stories, lots of peoples did this. Sometimes the people would just move away and leave them. There's also acknowledging the harm, where somebody could apologize, or maybe there's compensation, or there's another way of dealing with the harm that was caused. There's reintegration, bringing the person back in when it's safe to do so. Like there's standards for how it works. And then you don't just come back in, and then you're observed. People pay attention to make sure that you're still okay. And then there's the natural or sometimes spiritual consequences. And sometimes what you see in the stories is that people will step back and then let whatever consequences take place. And sometimes that can be really severe when the harm is severe. And there's incapacitation when everybody was in danger. So those are a series of legal responses in cases of harms. There's obligations. So what do we owe in different situations to one another, to families, to communities, and so on? And there's also, we can look at what those are. There's an obligation to help in lots of situations. There's a responsibility to give back. There's a responsibility to prevent future harms. And there's also a responsibility to warn. So these are drawn from probably about 50 Cree stories that we did a long time ago. There's legal rights, there's substantive rights and procedural rights, a right to bodily integrity that Jumping Martin and White Flower had. They had a right to bodily integrity. So when you're looking at that story, you can look at these responses and figure out what to do. There's procedural. Who has to be involved? Who gets to make the decisions? So there's... And then there's overarching guiding principles that don't fit the other categories. And so every legal order will have these principles and responses and obligations for what to do in different kinds of situations, whether it's harms and injuries, whether it's governance, whether it's family or lands or water or so on. So all of our legal orders have this, and the work that we're doing right now is working in partnership with communities to restate and to relearn and re-articulate the laws from their own legal resources. So that's a tiny, tiny walk through one process to draw law from stories. It's systematic, and it's done together with people talking about what the stories mean and how they make them think. So there's lots of work that's going on that's really exciting. And so there's the Indigenous Law Research Unit that I mentioned. There's the Indigenous Law Degree Program, where students get a law degree that's an Indigenous law degree and a Canadian law degree. And the current project that I'm working with right now is called Next Steps. And what I've been doing is asking people to reimagine Canada. So what would Canada look like right now if all of our laws, if all of our legal orders, the way that we structure those laws, were healthy and functioning, and we were able to take care of one another and our families and our communities. What would Canada look like? What would the conversations that we would have be? So we wouldn't always be characterized as if we have a deficit in who we are, but rather we would have this healthy system where we're able to support one another and hold one another up and deal with our problems. Law has to solve problems. So that's, I've been asking people to imagine what might that look like? And so that's the Next Steps project that I'm working on, is to work with, we're going to work with initially 5 legal orders across the country of rebuilding all the laws in that legal order with all of the communities in that legal order. So that's the current initiative, but there are a lot of different tools that we have, as I mentioned, and one of the tools is I'm working on, with some other people, an assessment toolkit. So it's a way for people to look at the law in their lives, whether it's Indigenous law or state law, and to evaluate it. Does it make sense? Does it work in a way that actually solves problems, or is it abusive? And then it's asking people to think about, like, are the legal needs that you have, are they being dealt with? Are the legal needs of your family or your community being dealt with? So it's asking those questions. There are other kinds of tools as well that are listed up here. And I'm just going to skip over these because I've been talking a while and go to this grid. So this is one tool that I developed. It's based on work at the McGill Law School, where they teach both civil law and common law together. And so I've taken the principles from that and put them together here so that when communities, like Indigenous communities, are in conflict with one another, like maybe Cree with Dene, perhaps, because there's lots of people live together. So what are the laws from both legal orders? Or when there's a conflict with Canadian law, what's the Canadian law that's involved with that dispute? What's the Indigenous law, Secwepemc or Syilx or Tsilhqot'in? What are those laws? And then it's articulating those there. And it provides a way to draw on the legal resources from more than one legal order to solve the kinds of problems and challenges that are before us. So this is the first step here, is just looking at what's the human concern, what's the problem? And then, because people often mean many different things when they talk about law, it's defining that. There's looking at the legal principles. Again, it could be Cree and Dene or another conflict between peoples. And then looking at how would you apply the principles that we've identified to this problem? How would you work it through? And how would you do that together? Even if you don't like each other, that's really important. It's a way to work together even when we're mad at each other. What are the things that make it legitimate? Like, what are the things for each of you? What would make law legitimate? It's not just getting your own way. There's fairness and there's all kinds of things that matter. And then there's who's included, who gets to be a part of it. And is there common ground? There's sometimes common ground between lots of different Indigenous legal orders. When we did our first national project of looking at harms and injuries across the country, the kinds of things that people that on the East Coast and Ontario and Alberta and BC talked about as being, what does the law aspire? What is it that people are trying to achieve? There was fairness, there was inclusion, there was safety. These are all the things that people were trying to achieve with their own law. And those are also the kinds of things that most people are trying to achieve. And the question is, how can we make sure that our community's safety and so on, that they're met, and that we have a way to talk about them and protect them. So there's always, with any system of law, because law is human, there's always the promise, but there's also the potential failure of law when people aren't included, or decisions that are made that are abusive of power. So there's law, as I said, it's a way of getting to answers, but it doesn't create a quick fix. People still have to work together and do the hard thinking together. But our peoples did that. The stories that we have and the oral histories that we have show how our ancestors solved really complex problems of land and government and war, all the things that people solved together. So what I've been advocating is that we need a bigger way of talking about law and imagining what it can do, because ultimately, law is a part of all of your lives, with your driver's license, where you live, how you relate to government. Like, all of those reasons are why Indigenous law matters to Indigenous people. And so it's not just rules. It's never just rules. It's about how we create meaning together, how we determine what matters to us. And with that, let's see, I made it. I got 32 seconds. And I was hoping that there would be questions, and I know you don't have a lot of time, but...
I've got a mic here, so if you have questions, just get my attention, but we've got one starting.
I'm just amazed about the way you explained laws. My name's Sharon Wesley. I'm from Lakwalans. I belong to the Gittigan tribe, the people of the Hemlock on the north coast of Prince Rupert there. And Jerry Alexey and Thelma Sankey, we are all from the Lakwalams band. And Jerry and I are on the board with our designated social workers, like the Tsimshian people. There's 7 villages, but we're all Tsimshian, and they live in the different places. And I'm on the jurisdiction committee along with Jerry here. What is happening now, and I'm sure everybody knows about Bill C-92 and how they're trying to get us to create our own laws, to start our own welfare system. So that's where we're at now. And this is just amazing. I never, I know our myths, some of our myths, not all of them, but a couple. And then there is a little story there, but in my own mind, I'm blocked. Okay, you want our Tsimshian laws developed so we can take over our own someday. So I'm blocked with that. We've had one meeting with one community. We have to go to all the communities. And at that meeting, like, we've hired a coordinator. He says he's done this in other places in northwestern BC, I guess near Prince George, in smaller communities. And we had one in our area with, like, we've hired him to help us develop these. So I'm at a block, like, okay, we had this meeting, you asked some questions. What do you think of your law? What laws would you like to provide? And, like me, I'm sitting there. Okay, what are my laws? I know some of the tribal laws, but, I'm lost. And the way you've explained this, and there is a toolkit that maybe that we can use to help us develop. And it even for constitutions, like, we're sort of not like where a lot of people are having these constitutions in place for their band. And the one that they've sort of drafted has had a lot of negativity from the public. So all these Indigenous laws really mean so much. And how do you develop them in a way that for, your own governance and everything? But I really appreciate everything that you brought up here. And I'm sure you said that you go to help other people too.
Yeah, thanks so much for that question. It really gets at the heart of what the work is about. It's I'm going to just go back to a slide here. What's the What's the human concern or problem? So if you took the work of family law, we do have a report on Anishinaabeg family law that was completed a couple of years ago. It's called the Nowendawin family law, so you can go to our website and you can download that. You can see how this methodology was used to develop that. So, you know, this chart, so if you started with something like this, and I want to make sure that, you know, it's not simple, right? It takes, no matter what kind of tools you have, it still takes a lot of work. And so if you started with the question of how the human concern is care for children, to create a healthy, caring environment for children. So that's the human concern. And then you would then look at from within, thanks so much, from within Tsimshian oral histories and also the general stories, not just the oral histories, but you would then look at all of the ways that the legal issue of care for children would be dealt with. And then you would look at, so what are those different laws? It means you have to do the homework with your own law. So Canadian law doesn't just happen without people going through the same kind of homework to figure out the legal issue, the applicable laws, the jurisdictional question, and so on. So, and a lot of that is set out in the way that most law schools work and the law libraries and the lawyers' practice and so on. So that Canadian law is already there in previous agreements and so on. What happens is because Indigenous peoples haven't had the chance to substantively articulate their own legal processes and laws, that they look at it exactly the way you have, of not knowing it. It's incomplete, so people will then just reach over and grab off the Canadian shelf and bring it over here. And that's mostly what you see. And I'm not saying that that's bad, that might well work fine, but people need to explore that to see if that's exactly, is that what they want to do and how they want to go forward. The group that's been working a lot with Bill C-92 questions is the Wakotewin Law and Governance Lodge, based out of the University of Alberta Faculty of Law. It's run by a colleague of mine. That's one of the things that they've been focusing on is family law. And so there's different people trying to do that work. The first thing is to, we can do this. You can do this. So we do training sessions. There's kids, there's elders. All of us can learn to draw the law from stories. You're already doing it in lots of ways already, okay? So we already have the capacity, and there's more that we can learn. We can add to that. And then, so once it's articulated, the next big step is, so then how do you put it into practice? How do you implement it? And then that's another whole body of work that has to go on. So, what I want, what's really important here is we have the resources. There's a lot of work to do. We're absolutely capable of doing that work, and there's ways forward. That was a very long-winded answer. I apologize.
Emma Galan Silsa, Awasimgiget, Sigidim Hanach, and Kabawelsip. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, chiefs, matriarchs, leaders. Khbisun wet, Wilpdenim get, Lachibudum, Gitwangach. My matrilineal name is Khbisun. I come from the Wolf clan in Gitwangach. My English name is Chastity Daniels, and I am the elected chief for Gitwangach. And I wanted to give you acknowledgement. I see that you are a member of Gitniao, which is where my father clan comes from. I appreciated your presentation, and my question is how, or what are your thoughts on what the Gitniao are currently doing right now, where they're incorporating the Gitsan traditional law in the current Canadian law system and using it, for example, with their current issues with their overlap, right? So their neighboring nation of Nisga'a, right? They have similar laws, right? And what are your thoughts on if we start to do that now with any file or claim that we have in Canadian law? Like if I were to bring, for example, somebody to court for defamation of character, and in our law it states that we don't do that to one another within our Gitxsan system, and then we start to incorporate that in there as acknowledgement so that these judges and courts can start to learn our laws. And where are we at in the work, if it has been started, or has it been started, where the government or the courts will acknowledge wherever the local laws are to say, oh, you're in the Gitxsan Nation, so have you used your own laws that we know exist, even though they might not know them, or wherever the other laws are. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that and see what you thought of that, Joyce and Nissim. Thank you all.
Just a little question, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, so my name is Giexgan. I belong to the House of Lujan. I'm Cree, but I'm adopted into that Gitniao house. So I think one of the problems is with language. We use the term law. Law is a whole bunch of stuff, as you know, right? So it's lands, it's governance, it's human rights, it's family, it's intellectual property, it's all of these different things. And so it really depends on which area of law you're talking about. So that's one thing, because we wouldn't, like, we say Canadian law, but Canadian law is a whole whack of things too. And so which part of Canadian law, we always have to be specific about what we're bringing in to think through. I think that the most important thing is for people to substantively articulate their own laws. So, the analysis and the synthesis that I went through, the Cree synthesis, so that is a slice of a report. And so it's creating your own law reports on a particular area of law. If it's governance or lands, like who owns and how they own, how the succession works, how people acquire the land, and how they can also lose the land through compensation and so on. So there's articulating that, and then it's usually not saying what the law is one thing. Where we have to get to is saying, this is how it works. This is how we solve a problem. So you wouldn't, for instance, like if you look at the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom about equality and so on, it doesn't help you to just know what it is. You have to know, how does that apply here now to this situation and this problem? So we have to articulate we have to do the homework and articulate our laws so that we can say, yes, that's what the law is. And in this situation, this is how it would apply. And these are the people that have to be involved and have to be a part of that reasoning process to make a decision. So that's where we have to get to. Where we've kind of been stuck is a couple of places. Sometimes we think it's good enough to tell people what the law is, and it falls short. That's one place we get stuck. The other place is just not appreciating the process that it requires. Like, we have to think together to be lawful and to solve a problem, right? And so we have to take the time, and there's not a quick fix to be able to do it, right? So that's the other piece of it, is putting it into practice. But we can do. Hey, by the way, I went to law school when I became a grandmother. So any grandmothers here, if you're thinking about another career, I support you wholeheartedly.
Heichka, for your presentation, Lachalawasat, Shana Thomas, Hereditary Chief from Likes. And just wanted to a comment and then a question. One is, it's such an amazing opportunity to do law revitalization work, and the methodology that you and the team at the University of Victoria has created is phenomenal. In my community, when I took up my chieftainship, there was some discourse, I'll put it politely. And it was clear to me that members of my community didn't understand our law by the way that they were saying things. And so rather than get angry at them, I thought, you know what, here's a learning opportunity. Let's all learn about this. And so we started this law revitalization project where we brought the community together to look at our laws around leadership, around conflict resolution, around law. And when people showed up, they were angry. They thought I was going to be the professor because my intro, you heard a few degrees that I have, and they didn't know what to expect. But then after they started to go through some of the exercises, and I know we tried to do one here, but I just really am sharing this because my community went from arms crossed, glaring at me from across the room to like, we should meet every Sunday and do this. They were just so empowered and they just couldn't believe that they knew what they knew. So I'm sharing that because I think every community should have that opportunity and have the opportunity to experience that aha moment of looking at an oral story, a history of their people, and applying it in the modern context as law. Because once you get it, you'll always get it. And then every story you ever hear and everything you ever look at, you'll be like, okay, those are those laws. Okay, I see those 5 laws that are in that story. So my question is for, obviously we can't clone yourself and your colleagues to be everywhere at the same time. So how do we help communities that don't have the opportunity right now to have someone like yourself working with them? How do we provide the tools to support them in their efforts to revitalize law?
Thanks for that. So we do, through the Indigenous Law Research Unit and also through the Next Steps, we do training sessions. So training sessions can be 3 days, or in the month of May, for the whole month of May is a course on Indigenous legal methodologies. So this methodology will be taught by the director of the Wekotowin Law and Governance Lodge from the University of Alberta. So that course it's the month of May, it's in Victoria, it's 9 hours a week, but after the 1 month, you've got the course. And you work with case studies, and you work with the analysis, and you do everything. In the month of June, I'm teaching a 1-month course on Indigenous intellectual property, the same kind of process. So there's workshops, there's the courses. So those are things that are available. We have, I think, I'm trying to count how many law professors. I think we have the most Indigenous law professors of any university at this point. So I think there's 8 of us at the University of Victoria, the Faculty of Law. So, and the other thing that we've also done is we've trained people in the methodology so then they can train other people. So, and the way that we work is that we support you to raise money for your own work, and then we can provide support, or our people, if we're able, can do the work and have kitchen table conversations to go on. So it's an iterative process. Again, it's not a quick fix. Like to compile a report with enough kitchen table conversations and research and training and everything will take about 18 months to 24 months for one project, because it's really important to take the time so that people can really learn. Yes. Yes. Yeah, just you have to get in touch with us. Like the courses are open to law students and grad students, but we also make them open to community members. Yep.
Thank you so much, Val.
Thank you for your questions. This has been so great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. That was incredible. You are incredible, Dr. Val. Thank you so much for your excellent and engaging presentation today on Indigenous law, gender and Indigenous feminism, and for sharing such meaningful insights into the revitalization of legal orders and governance. I loved when you shared that you got into law as a grandmother. because it's so true that, you know, it's never too late to start your journey. And so just thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. It sounds like you've been in law for your entire life to create what you've created. So thank you so much. We look forward to seeing the toolkits and to more of what you and your team are creating. And thank you to everybody for the questions. I'll now ask Anita to come up and introduce the next panel. And the AV team has seamlessly set up the panel for them.
Thanks, Chastity. So Chastity, too, has been very humble about who she is. She's actually an award-winning BC Indigenous Business Award recipient. And her too, she's also a mom, and I just wanted to, you know, she's done lots of work working with, doing work for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and supporting, stopping gender-based violence. And so I'm really proud to be her colleague and friend. And so I also, she's done lots of other stuff as well. So I wanted to acknowledge my colleague. Right now, I'd like to give a warm welcome to our next group of presenters who are from where I live, work, and play. Gotta say, Hamalchasin Hokameo. They know the joke. I says, I was saying that I live in Hamalchasin. Hamalchasin is actually the name of Capilano, which is part of North Vancouver. So I actually told them where I actually live. So, so I would kindly like to ask and warmly welcome from Wood Fiber, Cheryl Rivers, who's the Indigenous Workforce Development Manager. And I'm going to go on this side so they can go on up. And I'd like to invite Cheryl Rivers up to the stage. I'd like to ask Darla Hasselman, Director for Community Affairs and Wood Fiber. Daria Hasselman. And I'd also like to ask Carla George from Squamish Nation, who's the Flotel Cultural Manager for Wood Fiber. And virtually, or are you here? No, for Michelle. That's me. Yeah, it said virtual. That's why I'm like, virtual or are you here? I am here. So I'd like to warmly welcome Michelle Mungo, Gender Safety Advisor, Committee Advisor for Wood Fiber. So we are pleased to shine a spotlight on all of these ladies who are going to tell us the good work that they're doing around gender-based safety.
Chenkomentomi, Anita, and Chastity, to all those that welcomed us here to syilx territory. Just really thrilled to be here and share a little bit of our story and our journey on behalf of Wood Fiber Liquefied Natural Gas that's being run in our territory. My English name is Carla George. Squile to Noyap, Quite Lodi Clo, Koshamansna, Nuquams Hat Notes me, Usizasame, Chen Quamento me, Siamencia Isaquaital. Just sharing with you who I am and where I come from. My father is Scoutmish. He's a residential school survivor. My late mother was Quagilt and also a residential school survivor. I'll just take the time to acknowledge my parents. You know, it seems so bizarre to say that. We all know this, that we're talking about children surviving these so-called schools, institutions that we all know of, but I take the time to acknowledge them. They survived, therefore I am. And but just to start into the presentation, we thought we were going to have the podium and take turns standing, so we'll take turns standing. We all have our own mic, and but just really to talk. We went to Ottawa last month to share this similar presentation, and I'll allow the others to introduce themselves when they get their chance. And so. But it went really well. People who had heard it, I think, from BC invited us to come here as well and to share this presentation and the good work that we're doing between Scoutmish and Wood Fiber Liquefied Natural Gas. So when I served on council for Squamish Nation for 16 years. I didn't run the last 2 elections. Today I get to be a knowledge sharer, and I get to do it's a lot more fun. I was on council for 1 term with Oreen, and but this is a lot less stressful. And but when this came to the table, probably 2014, and we did our own environmental impact assessment, and we had hired PGL to do our environmental assessment for us. Came back to the table with a binder this thick. I'd never seen a binder that thick before. And really to talk about, we weren't going to listen to what the province or the feds were doing. We were going to do our own due diligence. So which we did. And from there, when it came to the table and further into the time of the work that was being done, the National Inquiry had come out of murdered or missing Indigenous women, and I had raised about the man camps and the concern we're going to have all of these people that are coming into our territory and our communities, and wood fiber. So I really want to acknowledge Christine Kennedy, who was the president at the time. And so she answered that call right away. And so what they did is they purchased $100 million decommission. So they decommissioned a cruise ship, and that's where I stay. One of the jobs that I do, I actually stay on the flotel. There's a lot of security all around, so I feel safe. But really answering that call and truly listening to what we were talking about, the murdered and missing Indigenous women, how our women are impacted and affected. And each worker that comes onto the site, these ladies will also talk a bit more about it. I'm just kind of elaborating in some of the work that I do, but really looking at the gender safety. And so making sure that we continue to talk about this. And so we do a presentation. Every worker that comes on site, we figure it's probably about 9,500 people that have come on site in the last 2.5 years that we've trained each. I've probably been a part of a good majority of them, training 9,500 people to coming onto site. So they get this homish culture, the gender safety, and also the ARC trans-fine procedures. So we continue to do our due diligence to make sure that everyone knows why it's important for us. When we talk about protecting our air, land, and water, that is our part of how we're going to continue, but also our women. And so these are some of the things that we have done working together with WLNG. And now the CEO, Luke Schwarte, is the CEO. And every day he puts on that moose hide, to honor and acknowledge the Moose Hide campaign. So I really look at the work that we're doing and the organization. There's been a lot of due diligence here. So just really, I think there's been, so that the second flotel was answering because we had so many more workers and wanting to catch up, which we're at 65% completed, and the project had another flotel that was purchased at another 100 million. So when it's not chump change, these are really nice. I sleep in the corridors, food's provided, they do the laundry for the people that are there. They don't leave. They don't come and go. And when they do come, they're coming on a boat. So they're coming from either the airport or Horseshoe Bay. So they're not driving up and down the highway. They're not roaming throughout the community for the most part. So unless if they need to go pick up medication or something like that, then they're going back into the town of Squamish. We have all the medical facilities. There's so many things that are really provided on the flotel and on the site. Also, I'm thinking October, we went to meet with the minister, Tim Hodgson, Canadian Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, to share what we're doing. So then we invited him to the site, which he did come to site. Minister Dix, MLA, he as well. So we want to share the story of what we're doing and how this is, I believe it's, we're doing our due diligence and protecting our land, our air, our water, and our women and our people. So it's been a great pleasure to participate. And, Yeah, I've got a couple of more slides here. I'm probably rambling on more than they wanted me to, but it's just I've been fortunate to be involved for over 2.5 years, I believe, sharing two of the roles that I do, which I'll talk a little bit more about after. Thank you. Oh, hang on. They wanted me. I was going to read this too. There's some Squamish here. Indigenous acknowledgement. So the wood fiber liquefied natural gas project is being built on the historical location of Squamish Okanagan, a Squamish Nation village known as Swayat. Swayat and Nuchnoyot, Alkatsum, House Sound, we call that our highway. The waterway is our highway. Are tied to the cultural well-being of Squamish Okanagan members, their ancestors, and their descendants, and to other Indigenous groups as defined in the project's environmental assessment certificates. Wood fiber LNG recognizes the importance of these areas to the Squamish Stelmach, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, Musqueam, and other Indigenous groups. Wood fiber LNG seeks to construct and operate the project in a manner that is respectful of Indigenous values.
Check, check. Hot Kakwail to Noisium, CI and Aguatal, on Hot Squallow and its days. Siam to not Malnadi, Honest Kwashaman Sna, Cheryl Rivers Queen Sna, Chenwa Hue Oslahan Ochomeoch, Hoichuk Chishatameoch, Hoichuk Chesiam, Hoichuk Chachachanak. As well as quite lot, I honor my late Chisha, my late mother, TL Talot, who went to residential school for 10 years, but was able to retain the language and the culture. And it was important to share that with her children, her grandchildren. And I even half jokingly, but her dogs knew fluent Squamish as well. And I didn't realize until my 20s how fortunate I was to have learned all of these things from her. My late father is Frank Rivers Sr. I'm the youngest of 7 and have lost 3 siblings since. So from that, somehow I'm the youngest, and my brother, who's now an elected council member, are now the matriarch and patriarch of our family. And we do a lot of work with namings, and I'm a traditional Squaichwai Stelmate singer as well from home. So culture is very important. My English name is Cheryl Rivers. My 2 ancestral names are Siamtanat and Malnadi. And I mentioned that I come from the Oslahan village, which I brag that Indian Act, the Indian Affairs, when they forced us into reserves, they named this mission Indian Reserve Number 1. So I brag that I come from the number 1 res in Squamish Nation. And DJO is from the same res, so we're both number 1. Yeah, so it just wanted to share that. And I gave thanks to Chishatameoch, Mother Earth, Chesiam, the Creator, and Chachachanak, the Great Spirit. So now in looking at some of wood fiber efforts, they're making efforts to build and operate a facility that respects and honors the calls to justice, listens to Indigenous voices, and takes real steps to prevent harassment, discrimination, or violence. So it's mindful of concerns that have been raised about the potential impacts of industrial work camps on women and girls and the 2S LGBTQIA+ people. Example, workers spending time in community at pubs or bars, perhaps abusing drugs and alcohol, disrespecting the community, or propositioning women in sex work. So these are some of the concerns that were raised, as Quaitlot shared, at our council table and with our elders, especially from the Squamish Valley community. But one of the things that we talk about a lot now is changing the term and the narrative of man camps. So we like to refer to them as industrial work camps or industrial camps. We have 25% women working on site, and if we want to include women, we don't want to say, hey, come work for us and come stay at our man camp. So changing that narrative and that story, as we heard, into something more open and engaging and inclusive and respectful is priority for us. And to me, it's a very derogatory term. A lot of the men that come and work on these sites now are very hardworking family people, and they do things to make their lives and their families' lives or their own communities a lot better. So to me, some of them actually shared with me that it feels a little derogatory hearing me referred to, they don't want me coming to work there because I'm a rapist or, these things. When in reality, there's a lot more higher percentage that are very respectful. After we finish doing the training, we do allow a Q&A. It's often very quiet. But many times once we leave the room, a lot of them come and engage with us one-on-one and share that they're really grateful to see this happening on site before they go out, and share their own personal stories about their daughters or their sisters. And so that creates a really safe environment on site, and some of them will even speak up and support if something were to arise. Because of what we do, we have not had any major incidents on site. So we're doing a lot of this as preventative. So I just wanted to elaborate a bit on that because we're working on changing the narrative of the term man camps. So wood fiber LNG is taking action on the calls to justice, specifically for extractive and development industries. So they were looking at 13.1 to 13.5 of the calls to justice. So there's 5 specifically in relation to extractive development industries, so resource extractions. And by working with local First Nations, government agencies and service providers to deliver programming that protects the safety and security of all women and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, both on the project and in nearby communities. So wood fiber is working really well with Squamish Nation. Squamish Nation is a regulator that's historic, and we're working, as Quite Loach shared, protecting the land, the air, the water, our people, even the trees, things like that. We have herring that have returned on the biggest herring count was on our site. So wood fiber is taking everything very seriously. Wood fiber is committed to being a safe, inclusive workplace that does not tolerate any form of bullying, harassment, or violence, including on the basis of gender, race, or culture. This includes physical, sexual, emotional, or other forms of violence. We often share in the gender safety workshops that when you have an apprentice come on site, physical safety is a priority. If they're going to tie a rope wrong and it's going to cause a problem or cause an injury, workers will go up and stop them and show them how to do it right. So we share not only is physical safety important, but so is the mental, the emotional, and the cultural. So those are some of the things that we look at in some of our training and work at Wood Fiber.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daria Hasselman, and I'm the Director of Community Affairs for Wood Fiber. And I have a lot of experience on the sort of the socio-ec side, as I think the regional chief was talking about how we bring that socio-ec kind of requirements into these big industrial projects. And I started up in LNG Canada in Kitimat, and we were the first project to have sort of a social, economic, and environmental management plan. What we have here in Wood Fiber is the Community Infrastructure and Services Management Plan, as well as our Gender and Culture Safety Management Plan. And it was a requirement that we thought we needed to do before the EAO put it in place. And so we worked with the EAO because of our work with the Squamish that Squamish is a first regulator. They actually have a say, and they're not only partners, but they can put conditions for us. And under their Squamish Nation Environmental Assessment certificate or assessment, the SNEA that we call, there are 25 conditions, 13 that are specifically for the facility project. The other ones are specifically for the pipeline project, which is being done by Fortis BC. As part of that requirement, we put together a plan with consultation with the nation to get this gender safety approved by the BC EAO in the spring of 2024. And the plan really describes mitigations and prevention to, as Cheryl was saying, make sure that these kind of incidences don't occur. And as Carla said, we've had almost 9,500 people go through the culture and gender safety. And we've had 9 incidences of verbal harassment. And these are what, some guys might say, oh, I just said she had a pretty ass. We don't care. Those 6 incidences, they've all been removed. That's how serious we take this. And people are starting to realize that. And as Cheryl said, most of these guys are, they're there to do a job. They're working 14 days straight. They're working 10 or 12-hour days. They want to do their work. They want to have good food. They want to have their own room and bathroom, which is certainly what the flotels provide. Wi-Fi, do it again for 14 days, and then go home. Most of the guys are great, but we're just changing that narrative, as she said, and we're not tolerating any of those things. And of those, the plan, we are reporting out to our Gender Safety Advisory Committee, which Michelle and Cheryl are both part of. And we meet with the committee, which is made up of Indigenous women, both from the Squamish Nation, the Tsleil-Waututh, as well as like the local women's shelter and other women who are there in the community, to really report out those metrics and show that what they contributed to the plan is really working. And now we're so proud of what we've done that, as I think the minister was saying, or the parliamentary secretary is saying, now they're incorporating the gender safety requirements in all of industrial projects in BC. And we're getting indications that they're going to do it through for national projects. So we're very proud of that.
So with gender and cultural safety plans, some of the key initiatives we look at is, as Daria mentioned, the Gender Safety Advisory Committee. It advises on gender and cultural safety programming, policies, and procedures, such as membership and terms of reference review have been recently completed. The Gender Safety Committee, Michelle's been a part of from the beginning, and meet regularly, and things such as incidents or anything that's being done for on the flotel or on site are being updated and reported to the Gender Safety Advisory Committee. As we mentioned, the mandatory in-person cultural awareness and gender safety training, it's delivered by Indigenous or Squamish trainers to promote to promote a culture of respect and understanding. So as we mentioned, over 9,000 workers have been trained to date, and it's mandatory before they get to go and work on site and get their badges and things. So the cultural awareness is around 50 minutes. They're allotted an hour each, but we like to give them a little bit of a break in between. So cultural awareness is on Squamish history, governance, a bit of background on us, and specifically about the Syilx site and historically what it was used for. And also the gender safety is about 50 minutes on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Our trainers, when we're doing them, it's a different session each time because each trainer brings their own perspective, their own stories, their own truths, as I like to say, to the presentation. So I will share my personal story of domestic violence, I had both eye sockets busted, so I'm actually lucky to be seeing you here and to be standing here today. These bring the reality of why this is important to us. And even on site, it's made a huge difference. So Selena, our boss, I was trying to explain to her the qualitative measurement that we have. So in doing these, when you're on site, if you travel to Timbuktu and you see another Indigenous person, you get that nod, you look at each other. That happens on site all the time. They'll even grab our bags and pack it to the flotel, or how are you doing? We get acknowledgement no matter where we are. And I tried to explain that to Selena, and it wasn't until we were together on site later. And she said, I feel like I'm a celebrity with you on site. She could understand what I was referring to. That's the kind of atmosphere and safety and respect that we want to have. There's a research project to generate data indicators related to gender-based violence during the project's construction phase, and that create a blueprint for future policies related to industrial work camps. Personal safety and risk identification training for women and girls in the community to reduce vulnerability and assault and increase personal confidence. There's workshops on self-defense in Squamish Valley and in our communities in North Van. Any types of things like that are being brought forward, not just to site, but to our communities. Being more than a bystander training with Ending Violence Association of BC to reduce likelihood of violence and promote a culture of speaking up, which we truly feel we have brought that forward with what we do, and sponsorship of consent training for high school students in Squamish. So Wood Fiber is actually doing a lot more for our community as well. They look at us towards economic reconciliation. They fund our powwow, our canoe clubs, our lacrosse teams, our elders. We look at what sorts our youth and look at what kind of gaps and how they can help and improve our communities as well, not just the site. I'm very honored and proud to be working for a company that's doing something that's historic as well. My feeling is that I realized that our ancestors worked really hard, even for me to have a master's degree today. That wasn't possible in my grandmother's time. My late mother was the first to go to public school after 10 years in residential school, and she went to Sprott Community College in Vancouver. It took a lot of things for us to have what we have today and what they sacrificed. And in looking at it in a perspective in that I'm an ancestor today for our future generations, and what can I do to make things better? I have no children, but I have nieces and nephews and great nieces and nephews and great. So what can I do for them? So that's why I am really proud to be part of a project like this that's doing a lot.
So it's easier for me to read off here. Providing safe workforce accommodation. So as I talked about the flotels, Wood Fiber LNG has 2 floating hotels. That's we call the flotels now at the site to house non-local project workers outside the community. One of the jobs that I do is continuing after we do the gender safety workshop. We want to make sure that the site is safe. And so if things are happening on site and we need to make some changes, that people will come to me, whether if that's a woman or it's a man or it's 2S LGBTQIA plus person, it's a safe place to be able to come. We can provide the direction of where they need to go to next. And oh, I see you, Crystal. I was looking for you earlier. Shout out to Crystal. But yeah, it's a place to really provide. Just follow up after we do the gender safety. Like, where do people go after? So I have 2 roles. Sorry, my nose is starting to run. Anyone have Kleenex? Napkin? Okay, thank you. I could feel that. Thank you. Sorry about that. Part of life. We're talking about 55 and up, our life challenges. Not that that's a part of it, but yeah. So and laughter. I've just loved the laughter. We got into our room last night, and you could hear all the aunties walking by laughing, and so it's nice to be amongst each and every one of you. But the flotels were chosen in direct response to community concerns about workers accessing the community and putting pressure on community services infrastructure. So I've already talked about this a little bit, but that was that answer. And so it's, I don't know if you've ever been on a cruise, but it's pretty decent, you know, like the guys say, oh, it's nice because they come with their trays, they get their food, you know, and then they bring the trays back and put their, you know, bowls or plates away, and, you know, someone else is washing them. Someone's cooking, someone's washing the dishes, and you can put your laundry out certain days of the week, and someone will do the laundry. They come back and drop it off. So the guys, anyone who, or well, people, I should say people, because there are a lot of women on the site that appreciate that, because they, as was said, they are working 14 days on, 1 week off, and doing 12-hour shifts. So it's a lot of time and energy that they're out there. So some of the things that were, Slacia is new on board as one of the Flotel cultural managers, the other job that I do, and started offering like meditation and going through braiding sweetgrass and just, let's listen to a chapter and we'll talk about it, or talking circles. So you can imagine being away from home, not being able to leave the site, and at times, the anxiety that people are feeling or whatever is happening, and they're not able to go home. So providing also a place for anybody to come and interact. Premium vessels with various dining, fitness, and leisure activity. Oh yeah, the gym is amazing. Laundry, Wi-Fi, which is so important. It comes and goes at times, but and 24/7 security. So there are cameras around, and like I say, as an Indigenous woman who has gone through, like probably many of us, the atrocities of being an Indigenous woman in our communities, the pain and suffering that we've gone through, I can go into this place and feel safe, which I'm really, really grateful for. And I know I've just kind of heard little bits of people's stories here, and that for us, it's important for it to be a safe place. So which for me, I walk in there, and as Cheryl was saying, people talk to us and, acknowledge us, give us a nod or help us. And so it's different. Some, like a lot of them are tattied up and look like they're, big brawly men, and but they're very, very polite and grateful for the work that we do. Everyone is required to sign the worker code of conduct to work on the project. And if they break it, then as Daria had said, then they have to deal with the consequences of their actions. And the Flotel Indigenous Cultural Managers avail on board to facilitate inclusion and support Indigenous workers. So we have 3 right now, and the 4th one is coming. So we're basically there 7 days a week as well. It's a drug and alcohol-free zone and site. Everyone has to go through and get the DNA test, not DNA, A&D. People always hear DNA. I'm like, what? I want to know who your cousins are. A&D. And there's a dog that comes that smells, the marijuana. I don't know how they find the alcohol, if there's any alcohol, but they are all dealt with the same. So they are not allowed to stay on the site and will be sent home and unable to work on the site anymore. So there are a lot of things that are in place to keep us safe. And not to, I wrote down this little, I just wanted to say this because not everybody in our community appreciates LNG or wants it in our community. So I don't want to try and make it like it's not, but one of the community meetings I went to a month ago, and I had an elder calling, there was a whole bunch of us that are associated with the project, and were calling us sellouts. And I said, well, I'm here to protect our land, air, and water and our people, and I'm doing the best that I can. I mean, I'm a small group of people that are actually on the site, so I didn't want to make it like we don't have people that don't support it, but just to share our truth of the project. Thank you.
So just to go a little bit more further into the worker code of conduct, I think there's lots of management plans for environment, for socio-ec kind of things, but one of the key elements for our gender safety project is our worker code of conduct. And that really puts into place the consequences and seriousness of our commitment to gender safety. So as Carla said, everybody who's on the project, whether they're contractors, subs, all the way down, have to sign it. And it's part of the orientation package. So they go through the program, they read it, they acknowledge it, and you have to sign it. Now, if you choose not to sign it, that's totally up to you. That's okay. But you choose not to work on our project. And it applies to all of our workspaces. So it's not just site, it's our corporate office, it's our flotels, it's on the work site. And it applies, I think one of the keys is just off-site and off-site 24/7. So you really are an ambassador of our project. So if you do something bad at home, and that home can be in the Maritimes, it can be Alberta, it can be other places in BC, and we find out about it, there are consequences. We've had people, who can't work on our project, And we don't fire people. It's not our place to fire anybody who's a contractor. But that worker code of conduct allows us to say, you have done something bad. You have, gone against the principles of and our commitments that we have to the community and to the Squamish Nation and other nations. You don't get to come back. And these jobs are great jobs. So it really is, it can change somebody's life, but we're willing to go and say, that's how important this kind of work is done. And it really sets out very clearly what the standards and expectations are. So it's, protecting health, safety, and the environment. It's acting responsibly and respectively. And one of the big things is, as Carla said, we are a dry camp. And everybody has said, well, alcohol and weed, they're legal. You still can't do it on the job. And we are trying to make it a safe environment for everybody. And we're ensuring that there are, that respectful behaviors towards everybody. And it's also in the community. So what we have, when we're talking about the flotels, our site is about 7 kilometers south of Squamish on the west side of Howe Sound. So you cannot get to our site by road. You must take a ferry or a boat. So our workforce, our non-local workforce, cannot go into the community. We heard those concerns from the Squamish Nation early on, and we really decided that, putting that flotel in place, having 24-hour security, and I know that some of the NRCan, Jennifer Richardson, and some of her team came to see our site, and they had to go through, we had to do forms beforehand. You have to go check in when you get to the dock. Then you have another check off when you're at site. And then if you want to go to the flotels, they're looking at that as well. And it really is to ensure that the people who are on site are there. So if you are a visitor, you can go, but you have to have permission and you have to be escorted by somebody all the time. And it really is to reduce, any potential. And we're being very clear and upfront about that with gender safety, with all of our safeties, so that we want to make sure that everybody goes home safely and can come back and work in a safe environment.
So in looking forward to end off our presentation here, Woodfibre will continue to align its gender and cultural safety initiatives with government policy objectives, regulatory requirements, and Indigenous rights frameworks to strengthen implementation and knowledge sharing. We'll continue to implement the first of its kind gender and cultural safety plan with support and continued support of the Gender Safety Advisory Committee as the project continues through construction, wanting to create something safe for everybody after, even once it's built. I'm actually also overseeing a power engineer cohort. We had 10 that went through in September last year. 2 have completed on schedule. They've been onboarded onto Woodfibre. They're studying the new system that's going to be in place for site. They're going to be power engineers with 40 to 45-year careers. And they're being mentored with operators at our Vancouver offices right now, and we have 3 more. Actually, I got to meet after about next steps, and we're working with Squamish Nation Trade Center to do another cohort in September. We're also looking at like maintenance positions, other jobs that are going to be required once it's built for long-term careers. And I'm also working with the entrepreneurs that want to do proposals to put in bids for services they want to provide once it's built. So we're looking at, my goal is to get as many Squamish or Indigenous working on the site once it's built as well. We want to foster transparency and progress through regular evaluations, reviews, and annual reporting. And we want to support cross-jurisdictional and sector learning by sharing tools, metrics, and lessons learned to inform broader policy development. We are being asked more and more to come share what we're doing and how we did it and how it's going. So that's something that we're very passionate about and feel strongly about, and we really want to support and encourage anyone that wants to learn more. So
So just ending off, just talking about us as a regulator, environmental regulator has been very, very important. We share this with everyone that comes in, that we're very, very fortunate as a government, Indigenous government, that Squamish have a say in this project. If there's something that's happening, that we can continue, as Daria had mentioned earlier, to have a say. So this, I understand it's the first of its kind in this country to be an environmental regulator. So we're very, very proud of the good work that our council, previous councils have done to get us to the place that we're at. The connection that we have with WLNG, and that they really listened and responded to ensure to protect our women. And when we started to talk about the man camps and as in the national inquiry, and how initially that's what I raised at our table. And so from there, one of our colleagues ran with it and started going to meet with McDermott. And so just that answer, you know, those answers were coming from all of the due diligence that our people were doing. And so I just think that's really one of the most important things when we talk about the things that we advocated for under our Squamish Nation Environmental Assessment Agreement. All these legal conditions that are legally binding. And so for Woodfibre, for Fortis, and for the province, which we did an amendment, and I understand, I think we're at 33 conditions or 34 since the amendment, which this is the in-person presentations that we're doing on the gender safety and this Squamish culture. So rather than it being a video, I think a lot of the training, you know, people see videos, but this is in person. So where people see us in person. And so just really grateful for you inviting us here and that we're able to share, I feel, is a really positive story. When we talked about some of the things that we were negotiating from the community, they were worried about seawater cooling. So they were going to use that initially, but we were worried it's going to warm up the ocean. We don't want something that's going to affect the ocean, so they switched it to air cooling. I'm trying to think of what some of the other ones. There's the cultural locations might have been too close to one of the. Why can't I think of the terminology now? No. Anyhow, so they really did answer some of the questions that our community had the best that we could. But we're just not going to make everybody happy. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity that I am provided and given to bring to the community between Squamish and Woodfibre liquefied natural gas.
Chin Kun Mantomi, thank you for inviting us here today to share a little bit more. We now understand that there's going to be a lot of questions, so we left time for Q&A. Just wanted to thank Michelle for coming up. She's going to be helping with some of the Q&A because she's been part of it from the Gender Safety Committee, Advisory Committee and such from beforehand. So we wanted to make sure we could answer all questions here today. So we do, I see a start over there.
Do you need an extra mic? Anita, do you need?
I think this one's on. Yep. So my question is, I see how passionate you are about it, but just like LNG in the Haisla territory, how passionate they were about it, now they're feeling the impacts of what they have on their territory because there's a lot of truth they weren't given at the start when it was all approved. Now they're getting all the fallout of all the pollution in the air that's surrounding their village and the town. So I'm just wondering, like, how is this designed? Like, do you have chimney stacks that are going to be burning this and it's all going to be falling freely over the towns? I just want to know, because there are so much of these industry projects that are made to sound really great, but the impact years down the line are felt, and you're no longer in those jobs because, we all need a job. That's what you have up there, are your jobs, and you're very passionate about promoting it, but I'm thinking about the impacts that will be felt afterwards.
I'll take that one. So we are guided by the BC Environmental Assessment Office and the certificate. So we must, and we have to meet those the criteria and the thresholds that they have given us. And certainly from wood fiber LNG, we will have a flare, but flaring is only it's part of the safety of of the facility. And our site is 1/10 the side of LNG Canada. We're giving our production will be 2.1 MPTA. So that's every year we'll have 2.1 million tons that will be shipped to Asia, to customers in Asia. But again, we have to meet the criteria that is set out to us by the BCEAO.
As well as the Squamish Nation Environmental Assessment, the SNEA. As a regulator, Squamish Nation is a regulator, and our leaders and departments are very much onto wood fiber on a regular basis. We meet weekly or bi-weekly, and so if there's any concerns from the community or about the environment or anything, it's being asked immediately. And excuse me, I'm just getting swallowed wrong, but yeah, it'll be monitored throughout the lifespan of the project as well and regulated.
Can I just add a little something?
So this what you're doing now was all done in the Haisla territory as well, and the impacts that they're feeling now are not what they expected. They didn't expect all this pollution. So
well, and we can't speak to LNG Canada now. We can only speak to what we have here, and like I said, we have to follow both the SNEA and the BCEAO certificate requirements.
I just wanted to add something because I hear what you're saying. I'm a former legislator. And before I was working, I was a minister of energy and responsible as a regulator as well as a legislator. And the reality is that we'd always have to contend that the best we could often do is not prevent all pollution. How do we mitigate it? How do we reduce the footprint? And so that's what the questions, that's the lens that the Environmental Assessment Office is always looking at. And how do we improve upon that year after year? So we're always reducing our footprint, because in a natural resource or natural resource extraction economy, inherently there's going to be problems, and inherently there's going to be pollution. So how do you reduce that? And then we learn from projects like this, and I think your points are very well taken. For us at Wood Fiber, we're learning from that, and we're wanting to make sure, and so is the government, so are the regulators in Squamish Nation, learning from that to make sure that these projects are always reducing their environmental footprint, and in fact doing what they can to improve their relationship with the land, the water, the air, and the community.
Yes, Waikwawaita Pasquaslin Kenorstak Chief of Adams Lake Band. And while I can see the bigger question or platform of the project itself, I want to focus in on the and thank you to the matriarchal voices that you brought forward to the work that you're doing, despite that debatable topic of the project itself, that you're securing some safety measures. And I've had some conversations with Carla George, and I'm just amazed at the work that's done on the flotel. Personally, we're building a women's shelter in Chase. And an idea came from there, because what you're doing is you're sharing the culture and the knowledge and the language and the stories with guests, with people that come into your territory to build. And I thought about that, and I thought, what a wonderful way to start off somebody's job, because they do come in from other parts of the world too. They're specialized. They're guests from other corners of the earth, and what a way to introduce them into the community, because they're working on something in your community that's going to mean something to your community. and for them to know and to be in a good spirit. And I thought about that at the women's transition home that we're building, that we wanted to kind of do something similar and go and meet the electricians, go and meet the cement people and educate them about where they are and the territory that they're in, because it's important in the long run when they're building something that they too are there in good spirit, mind, and heart, because what they're building is going to be a house that embraces our children and families. So I kind of, see the positives in that sense in terms of educating and working with the people that come in. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Laura Lee Bennett. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Cheskin First Nation. And thank you for the presentation. I've been working with, I won't name names, but an industry that's moving through the territory. And I had a brief interaction about culture and gender safety, because there is going to be camps, industrial camps in the territory in the near future. And the last communication I had with them to provide them some feedback was a year ago. And I'm just wondering if you have any suggestions or recommendations for me in guiding our staff to have this corporation embrace more fulsome and meaningful interaction with the nation of the territory they're going through. Thank you.
One of the things, so in the negotiations with Squamish Nation, with the Council of the Day, that was one of the things that were a legally binding condition. So ensuring that this is going to be included in the presentations for every worker. So that was how we did it. We had a First Nations lawyer who's Homish, who came on board and supported us in that, working towards some of the things that we were going to advocate for our community, how we're going to continue to protect our community. So that was, I guess, my interpretation. I'm not sure if you can, there's other things you can think of.
I think as with the elders and the knowledge keepers can also request and push to have these in place for the respect and safety. I think one of the things that does work in a way that is communicative and that companies or businesses understand is a shared, just as physical safety is important, because everyone thinks of physical safety on a site. That's the most important thing. So again, it's about the perspective of things. So in sharing that, it's not just physical, but we're also looking at protecting our culture, our environment, our mental and emotional aspect, and looking at the medicine wheel. So I think if it's coming from different avenues and pushing forward, and thankfully, it's not happening overnight. Like I shared about, our ancestors worked hard. I'm sure they wanted things in place immediately, and it's taken baby steps, and that's what's happening. But thankfully, a lot more companies are more open to respecting and honoring what they're going to be doing in our territories, and how can we work with you to do that. So that's another side of it that I think is helping in moving these projects forward more collaboratively.
And just to add to what Carla and Cheryl is saying, is though a lot of companies, a lot of the private sector is stepping forward and doing better than they have in the past. What happens when you have somebody who isn't? And that's what I'm hearing from you. And that's not on. They can't move forward. There's regulatory requirements and so on and so forth. And you have allies in different places that can put pressure on them, as well as from the nation, but, squeeze them into the box that they're supposed to be in, instead of thinking that they can just do whatever they want. So I'm happy to chat with you a little bit afterwards to give you some advice in terms of what are some of your external allies, where do they exist, and how they can help you.
Thank you. Okay, well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. I really want to thank all of you ladies. I want to thank Cheryl and Michelle and Daria and Carla. I want to thank all of you for your transparency and sharing your strength and sharing your wisdom and helping to protect Indigenous women and girls, and Squamish women and girls. And I just really want to thank you for what you're doing. It's really important work. And so thank you. And Madhu and Haichka, Hoichka, we have some gifts for you. So if you could come over, Daria, Carla. Holy mic drop, literally. Literally. Oh. Thank you. So Maducho, Haichka, Hoichka, and good news, everyone. We're having a break because I've been hearing, are we having a break? Are we having a break? Yes, we're having a break. Literally. Until 2:55, please. And then we're having our next panel.
Oh no. Oh.
Down the track, me the true love of daddy ain't coming back, and I'm moving on. I'll soon be gone. You are flying too high for my little old sky, so I'm moving on. Flash big loud whistle at the blue and blue strand. Hello to the southland, but I'm to you, we're moving on. Oh, dear, my song. You have the laugh on me, so I've set you free, and I'm moving on. The final won't you please listen to me, cause I got a early mama in Tennessee. Keep moving me on, keep rolling on. So shovel the coal, let the shrapnel roll, and keep moving me on. Mr. Engineer, take that throttle in hand, the shrapnel profound, he's in the southern land, to keep moving me on, keep rolling on. You're gonna ease my mind, but be there on time, and keep rolling on. Time, you just wouldn't listen, the pain is no mind now. I'm sorry, baby, when you've had to play.
Fuck's sake.
We're rolling into the last part of the afternoon. I'd like to just take a moment to introduce our next speaker. So we'd like to kindly welcome Jennifer Richardson, who's the Chief Advisor to Combat Human Trafficking. As the Chief Advisor, Ms. Jennifer Richardson will provide ongoing advice and recommendations to inform the Government of Canada's efforts to combat human trafficking and bring awareness both domestically and internationally. In parallel, the government is also renewing the national strategy to combat human trafficking. So during this presentation, Ms. Richardson will present her mandate, including how it intersects with the national strategy and what she has heard through her engagements with Natural Resources Canada on MMIWG 2S+ in resource development. So please join me in welcoming Jennifer to the stage.
I'm short, so I hope everyone can see me over the podium. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, what a day. My brain is already so full from everything I've been hearing today. So many powerhouses, so interesting. So I'm very grateful that AFN hosted this event and pulled it together, and definitely grateful to be here today. I know lots of folks have thanked everybody that have already been up, but I'll thank everyone again. I'm not going to name everybody's names, but thank you all. Like I said, it's been great learning today. I'm eager to hear tomorrow as well. So thank you very much for inviting me to this territory. I agree with Crystal. It is a very beautiful territory, and I'm very pleased to come back and share what I've been hearing in my engagements in the last several months that I've been having across Canada. I'll share with you, for folks that don't know me, I am someone who has lived experience of being trafficked. I was trafficked pretty much everywhere across Canada for a number of years and into some of the U.S. upper northern states. And that started happening when I was the same month I turned 13, actually. So I often share with people that I've pretty much spent my entire life in this space, more of my life in the space of trafficking than I've been outside of the space of trafficking. I also want to acknowledge that I am not Indigenous, and that throughout my life and career, I've had the privilege of working and living beside Indigenous people. I was raised in a two-spirit lesbian home. I have 5 moms, I say, and 2 of those women are Indigenous. So again, growing up, I was taught a lot about the strength of Indigenous women and the resilience, their knowledge, and all of the gifts that they've provided to everyone. And I agree with lots of, what Dr. Napoleon was saying around every Canadian should be asking themselves some of these questions around how do we incorporate Indigenous law into Canadian law, because I can tell you as someone who's been trafficked, it's not really working for trafficked people, Canadian law. And we know in other spaces it's just not working for people. I also want to, say that being not Indigenous, I know that it's not my space to speak for Indigenous people. Really, my role in this national role that I was appointed to last year is to listen and learn from Indigenous people, to hold space. Indigenous women in my life, again, have been very important. And even in the anti-human trafficking sector, have really been the catalyst for why governments, in my mind anyways, have absolutely pushed to enact strategies in different provinces and nationally. In Ontario, where I currently live, the Premier's table of ending violence against Indigenous women were really the catalyst for Ontario launching that strategy, which I was privileged enough to lead from the time it was enacted until the time I said, I need to get the heck out of government. I didn't mean to spend 15 years of my life in government. And this role is a bit different because it's an independent role, so it isn't, I'm not a government bureaucrat anymore. So I'm going to just kind of review. I'm too short. I can't see my own slides, so there we go. So currently, as Chastity mentioned, and thank you, Chastity and you guys have been great co-hosts today. It's been lovely for you guys to share your gifts with everyone as well. The federal government has a national strategy currently, which is, as Chastity mentioned, in renewal phase. So public safety is the lead for the federal government, although there's multiple different ministries that are involved in that strategy. And in January 2025, when I was appointed, public safety had already done their engagements for the renewal. But because of when I was appointed, we went into an election, and I had said to the federal government, I really need to go to people's communities and actually talk to them myself and hear and listen and, see what's happening in different spaces across Canada, not just look at your analysis. Having been in government for a pretty long period of time myself, my analysis is generally different than most government people's analyses because they have not experienced trafficking personally for the most part. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, my shortness is such a pain in the butt. So this is what I've been doing, and part of why we're here now is really I want to, hear from you as well on what does the federal government need to pay attention to in the renewal. This is the current policy framework, which unless you're a policy or legislation wonk is pretty boring, but in Canada, most countries around the world follow the 4P pillar approach, which is the prevention, the prosecution, the partnerships, and the protection, In Canada, we, in 2018, myself and about 10 or 12 other survivors of trafficking met with the federal government and said to them that, what we were seeing was that a lot of people who have lived experience of being trafficked were not being included in conversations about strategies that were going to impact them. And that if the national strategy wanted to be relevant to my community, then they needed to add that pillar of empowerment and start engaging folks with lived experience of being trafficked. And so they did. And often when I speak internationally, other countries ask us about that pillar because most other countries don't have it. And actually, I think, in speaking to other countries and other roles, right now, I'm the only person who has lived experience of being trafficked globally in one of these roles. And that's crazy to me because I shouldn't be the only person. There should be much more of us in looking at, again, how do we better incorporate the lived experiences of people into government strategies. So that's, I think, an important piece of our strategy. There was another special advisor, Shirley Collier. She's an Indigenous woman who was in the RCMP for her entire career. She retired, and then she was the first advisor. She was appointed in 2019 and was there till 2021. And then you'll notice there was a very large gap where there wasn't anyone in the role. And then I was appointed. So this is the mandate, which really is to engage both domestically and internationally with people about, what are better practices to tackle the issue of trafficking? What are ways that we can collaborate better or share information? When you talk about trafficking, a lot of times that's what people say sometimes becomes barriers, is not being able to share information, people not collaborating, and really sometimes people not even knowing trafficking is happening in their communities. And I can tell you there's nowhere really I've been ever in the world that I've gone where I've said, oh, there's no trafficking here. It just looks different in different places that you go. I will be providing recommendations to the Minister of Public Safety on what the national strategy needs to include, how to keep up with emerging trends, especially with technology now. Some things look the exact same as when I was being trafficked, and other things look completely different. So some things trend very fast in trafficking, especially in the technology space now, and then other things stay the same. But again, we want the national strategy to really be able to keep up with the traffickers. And so far, I would say we haven't done a great job at that really anywhere. So we were trying to, again, get ahead of that a bit. One of the other parts of the mandate that was a commitment in 2018 was that there would be a table of survivors attached to the national strategy. And that is part of my role, is to give the government advice on how to do that. In Ontario, when I was leading that strategy, we were the first province to actually be able to have a survivors table that is attached to that strategy. So anything that went into the Ontario strategy for human trafficking had 10 survivors of lived experience of being trafficked, either in sex trafficking or labor trafficking, providing advice to the government on whether that part of the strategy or initiative was going to work. Of course, being a national, table needs to be much more broader and include much more everywhere in the country. So we're looking at, again, how to do that and seeking people's advice on how to best represent the different parts of our country. And then increase awareness, again, is, one of the parts of the mandate, doing speaking events. We see generally in Canada, again, that folks, general public, not people that are working with other people or in human services sectors, don't think trafficking is happening in Canada, which is crazy to me because there's a lot of trafficking happening. And again, it does look a bit different depending on where you are, but the fact that most people would tell you, no, that's something that happens like outside of Canada seems bizarre to me. But unfortunately, that is true. Still, a lot of people are not recognizing it. And then the other last part of the mandate is really around the MMIWG2S calls to justice that enunciated human trafficking, and there's 8. And really, it's not to provide recommendations on those calls to justice because they are there and the government has to implement them, but it's more around the questions that I've been talking to people about is how can those be better implemented in your community? How can we look to implement those in a good way that's going to work, not just at a national level? Because again, it's important that there's the national framework, but it needs to be relevant and be able to work in everyone's community. Okay. I already jumped ahead that. I just said that, So I'm going to just move into a bit of kind of what I've been hearing and why we came together around this topic. So since September of last year, I've been engaging with Indigenous people really across the country, and I've met with 57 different Indigenous organizations. I've met with a lot of Indigenous survivors of trafficking, again, through kind of some of my own network, but also when reaching out or speaking to organizations, asking them if they have survivors that also want to talk to me so that we do have a much broader perspective of survivors across the country included. And really, I've tried to also talk with national organizations right down to grassroots organizations at a local level to really get and try to get as much feedback as I can on how the national strategy can better be implemented, what needs to happen in the renewal, how can it work better for Indigenous people being trafficked, which again happens both in the sex space and in the labor space in our country. Of course, this presentation and kind of some of the bullets are not representative of every conversation I've had, but definitely some of the things that I continue to hear repeatedly and highlight some of the commonalities I guess people have talked about no matter where I've gone. I think really one of the things that, again, I have heard is, and all day everyone said it, right, that Indigenous people already have the answers. So I know that, everyone knows that, and it's really getting the governments to hear that and implement that, like I said, in a way that's going to work for community. people have really shared, I think, their perspectives with me. One of the things that people have shared with me is that there hasn't been a lot of Indigenous initiatives in the current national strategy. That's what I've heard from folks. And when you look at kind of the overall, I think that's true, and that's something that definitely in my conversations with folks in government, they have also recognized as well. So, having conversations and getting a lot of feedback right now, I think is really important because that needs to do better in that space. I'm not going to read out all the bullets just because I want to leave more time for everyone to talk, but we can get this deck to folks if they want. Okay. So one of the things that I also have heard in engaging with people is like whose voice is missing. Definitely the survivors of trafficking that I've talked to, they have not felt included in conversations still. And they have said again that the engagement process needs to be much more broader and inclusive of them. I've also heard from lots of folks that, we need to really look at how the government engages, not just with national organizations, but also with provincial, local, municipal organizations, rural and urban, so that people's voices aren't being left out. And I think that's, again, one of the things that I really commonly heard, no matter where I was in the country. One of the things that I talked about with folks is kind of what is keeping people safe now. And some of the key messages that really stood out to me was one, and I've heard it already again today, is the need for like flexible and sustainable funding. Not short-term project-based funding isn't helpful. And I would say, especially with when you're working with trafficked people, it takes on average about 3 years for people to be removed from being trafficked and be stable. So 1 year, 2 year project funding is super not helpful in this space with this population. Sorry. I want to keep my water up here but not spill it on myself. Okay. The other thing I heard lots from folks was around the way in which governments are contracting is more from a risk-based perspective and not a trust-based perspective, and that needed to change so that, again, we weren't just always looking at, and not me because I'm not government now, but we're always just looking at, how are people spending their money, and are they getting it spent on time, and, are they spending it for the things that we gave them the money for? To have a much more trust-based, that's how I interpreted it, was to trust organizations and the work that they're doing, especially in their communities where they know that, again, they know how to do that work. And that, the funding models just aren't working in that way really well for folks, and how that's, not helpful. So I heard that very clearly. I also heard, again, that the reporting requirements or structures were not helpful because, again, a lot of times, you're reporting on numbers rather than the survivor's journey, rather than the work that people are doing with survivors to help them through and help them be well and help them be removed from the violence, because there isn't a lot of qualitative reporting in government. What people were telling me, and I would agree with for sure, and this one is that, again, there is more to people being well and ways in which government fund than just like a number, right? The number doesn't tell that story. And so I heard that, and I heard how taxing it is on community to continually kind of be doing these reporting structures, especially in short-term funding blocks. So that came across loud and clear. And really, again, that if you're going to have reporting, then at least make it fit the realities for Indigenous organizations, because currently what I was hearing from folks was that it's not. There was a lot of folks talked about the need for capital and operating funding, especially to ensure that there was safe spaces for Indigenous survivors. There isn't many, for specifically folks who have been trafficked. When you look across the country, we still need way more, and people definitely talked about that, and especially how much we need to pay more attention to youth and Two-Spirit folks or LGBTQIA plus people. That again, for those populations, the amount of safe spaces we have is so small that we're not doing a great job in protecting those people who are being trafficked. So we need to increase that aspect, which we know capital is a whole other ball of wax, but an important one, I think. I also heard that it was, again, really clear in the policy approach, so the 4 pillars, that there needs to be much more attention focused on Indigenous principles, theory, knowledge, and then also built into those pillars of the national strategy. Okay. What stories were not being counted? One of the questions that was raised often was, how do we know how many Indigenous people are being exploited in Canada? And I always am honest about this, is we don't. We don't have good data on human trafficking really anywhere in the country. And I will say even really globally, we don't have good data because it is so underreported. And I think for, Indigenous people who are being trafficked, it's going to be even more underreported because of the colonial history and all of the awful things that systems have done to folks. Again, it's a very difficult crime to report. We still see a lot of people thinking that the person who's being exploited is the person that there's something wrong with, not the traffickers or the people who are buying sex. And so it is very, very, very underreported. There's very little data, really, that talks about the experiences of Indigenous people being trafficked. There's been research, but again, not data at a national level, which then we know can impact people, right, when we're looking at where investments go. So that's important. Indigenous survivors, again, talked about where they went for help. Lots of them shared with me that, again, they're seeking services through Indigenous-led organizations. That's where they go, and that's where they're looking for help, often not through kind of national hotlines or police or non-Indigenous resources. So again, we need to really bolster up that because we don't currently have it in the national strategy. As if you've ever heard me talk before, you'll hear me say that police reported data is kind of how almost every country reports their human trafficking, and it's like the worst way to report human trafficking because, again, very few people, including myself, ever report to police. We generally tend to go to people we feel are safe in the community or agencies we feel are safe. So when you look at the police reported data, I always say the FBI say it's 10% of trafficking gets in front of police. I think it's about 3%. And that's really, is my mic working? Yeah? Okay. That's really just because I've spent a lot of time working with police to, again, try to better train them in working with this population. And even though they're busy in dealing with these investigations, there is way more that they don't see. I personally think the better way to look at this is the community organizations because that's where trafficked people will go. That's where they end up. And so, when it comes to Indigenous survivors, if we don't have good data, then again, are their voices being counted? And I would say from the folks that I talk to, they don't think they are. So that's important. And again, if we don't have that data, then, our response or our strategies are going to be inaccurate. So that's important. We want to make national strategies heard and seen and felt for everyone. Okay, so I'm just going to move. I talked to folks about how traffickers were operating in their communities because, again, one of the things that I often say when I'm speaking is that trafficking gets taught generally by folks who work in really urban, big populations, and it doesn't look the same in communities I've worked in that are much smaller than, Toronto or Winnipeg or Vancouver. Trafficking looks a bit different than it does in those spaces. And so really asking people like, how is trafficking happening in your community, was important, because people were definitely, linking it to organized crime. I often say again, if there's drugs or guns, there will always be selling of sex. Selling of sex is very difficult to get caught for, and the amount of money it generates is in the billions in just Canada alone. And it's always, again, I've been in this space since I was 13, it's always supported other types of crime because it is so difficult to get caught for trafficking. The traffickers know that, so for sure organized crime has been involved. It always has, but there's more, I guess, government awareness is a good way to put it. I think the community is known for a long time that it's been connected to organized crime. I heard in multiple communities that there were increasing reports of traffickers exploiting survivors' status cards to move them or drugs or people like across borders. I also heard about traffickers really exploiting remoteness in communities, predictable police absence from some communities, and then how, airports, hotels, motels, transportation sector is also very involved. And again, that could be moving people like from, north to south or south to north, but they are involved. And how, again, for the most part, there isn't a lot of responsibility or accountability in those sectors that are making a lot of money off of the trafficking happening. They're not trafficking people, but they know it's happening in their space, and there's not a lot of accountability there for them. I think I also heard just about every single place I went, didn't matter whether if it was, very rural or remote or in the urban space, was how online recruitment has gone through the roof. For me, I would say, online recruitment started happening very closely, when people started having smartphones, when more people started having smartphones. So it's not that it's happening more now, I think, because we've, kids have had smartphones for a really long time now. But definitely there is much more organization, I would say, on platforms. And it isn't just platforms that are known to sell sex, it's pretty much every platform. And so how, again, really folks talked about needing to be able to better prepare kids when, they are able to access internet or cell service. That's what I was thinking actually when we were talking about that this morning, in areas where there isn't good internet or cell service. The first thing that popped into my head was, but once you get it, then the traffickers are going to start luring children from those spaces. And so we need to be better prepared to prevent that from happening, because we just continually see that over and over and over again. When I talk to folks about who's being targeted, communities really discuss that traffickers are targeting Indigenous people, which I would agree with, and that's not accidental. That Indigenous women, girls, boys, 2S, LGBTQ2I+ folks are being targeted, again, because of how the systems have created vulnerabilities for those people. They're seen as profitable in the trade. The younger you are, the more you can be sold for. So if you're 13, you can be sold for more than an 18-year-old. If you're 8, you can be sold for more than a 13-year-old can be. So really, traffickers don't necessarily look for a specific age. They look for the profitability. And they definitely then target people based on that, and target people based on how the system is going to respond to them. They know the justice system has not worked for Indigenous people in Canada, and so they, again, exploit that and target Indigenous youth and people. I had lots of conversations too with people around, child welfare, how group care and child welfare is creating, again, a larger vulnerability, how people who are looking again to traffic folks are looking at youth with disabilities or other types of trauma that they can exploit. Lots of concern raised about kids coming from isolated places into more urban spaces and not being, able to detect those bad guys and how they're operating in those spaces. And how, again, youth who are coming into urban centers for school or medical are being targeted. And people actually named specific places where traffickers would go to look for youth that were coming in from more rural places. Or remote places. People also really talked at length, I think, about how survivors are still falling through systemic cracks or cracks in the system. Communities really talked about, again, that, survivors are relying on these systems, but that they're not protecting them. And that, again, they're being left without support, not because communities don't care, but again, because they're not being supported by investments to provide the resources that survivors need. And oftentimes, like I said, that's longer term than other resources like domestic violence shelters or second stage housing that maybe communities do have, but they're not really equipped to deal with some of the issues that once you've been trafficked, or if you're still being trafficked and trying to be removed, the danger that that could even provide to the service provider, which it does. Again, these people are organized, often do, very violent things to people. And so folks talked about, that and how that needed to change, that communities really did want to support people who were trafficked, but they needed the investments to help them do that. I talked to lots of domestic violence shelters because that's where a lot of trafficked people do get resources, because there's much more of them across our country than there is specific supports for trafficked people. And really the folks who were working in those spaces, said that they needed more training. Again, they needed to be able to better protect those people who are in their services, and that the level of trauma and complexity that they were dealing with really was exceeding kind of their knowledge or their ability to provide the services. And again, I think that generally boils down to timelines on projects and how things are funded. So that was one thing that came up quite often. Again, no matter where I went, people talked about housing, addictions, and again, really needing to be able to support people with mental health, lack of housing, or struggling with addictions, which most people who are trafficked do have. Oftentimes, traffickers now, I would say in the last 15 years anyways, they're getting people addicted to control them, or that's how they're trafficking them, is getting them addicted to a substance and then controlling them through providing that substance. So definitely lots of people talked about that. Communities also raised serious concerns about the lack of resources for 2S LGBTQIA plus folks and young men being trafficked, that is even more underreported than young women being trafficked. And so that was a clear gap that, again, really nobody didn't mention. I think what I heard, again, when I was thinking, back and looking at all the notes that from all the engagements was really, what I heard was that when systems are fragmented, the risks increase. And when, communities are given the supports that they're needed to support survivors in ways that work based on that community knowledge, then again, they see much less exploitation happening. And oftentimes when people were talking about it, they were talking about it through using other bits of funding from here and there to kind of hobble together an ability to respond to folks from their community that were being exploited. The next thing that folks talked about is how the system is still harming Indigenous survivors of trafficking and others, for sure. And I heard that time and time again. And it's been a big priority of mine that, again, trafficked people are still often charged for forced criminality is kind of the technical term, but when you're trafficked, traffickers force you to recruit other people or force you to carry the guns or drugs or force you to, again, commit other types of crime that they're committing. And then as the trafficked person, you are the one that is charged. And so I really heard that from communities that I talked with about, in areas where it's Crown approved, like in BC, that sometimes it's very difficult to even get human trafficking charges laid. So even when people were coming forward, the system wasn't responding to them in an appropriate way, and they couldn't move those charges forward. I also heard from a lot of folks around quick bail turnarounds, how that wasn't keeping survivors safe. They were being further harmed or targeted. There is lots of, again, kind of information that even when traffickers go to jail, they generally have networks, and so they keep trafficking those people. And that there is still a real lack of trauma-informed or Indigenous perspectives being employed in the court system, which, again, I think Dr. Napoleon talked about that in Canadian law. Communities also really talked about weak coordination between policing systems and legislation. So again, traffickers will exploit that and definitely move people into different parts of our country, depending on the legislation in different parts of the country and how people will respond in those parts of the country. And then again, multiple issues with, systems, policing, Indigenous victim services not being enough for people across the country. They're very small. They need to be more. Again, some of the jurisdictional issues that you hear about in really every space of trafficking, but again, I think for Indigenous folks, that's creating even more challenges for them reporting when they're being moved all over the place and different legislation, or having to be, moved from one province to another to get services that don't exist in their home province. Now that I've really supremely depressed everybody, I think what I did hear clearly from folks that, always gives me hope when I'm talking to Indigenous communities is that, people understand how to help folks who are being trafficked and, again, just need that support. I heard really clearly that culture is protection. And it's, again, not going to surprise anyone, but I think for folks, even when they have been trafficked and stuff I've talked about, I've always talked about how it's not just important as a protective factor to not being trafficked, understanding your culture, having a connection, but even when you are trafficked, connection back to culture always anchors people. It gives them that sense of belonging and pride and identity, again, that the traffickers remove from you to keep exploiting you. And so on both ends of that spectrum, if we're going to prevent, we need culture to be a part of that. And when we're trying to remove people, we need culture to be a part of that. And I heard that very consistently, both from community and people who are trafficked. Really, people talked about, again, that culture can't be separated from safety, and that connection to culture is a protective factor, like I just talked about. That when Indigenous folks, especially youth, have connection to their culture, land, language, community, that they're less isolated, right? Less likely to be targeted by those traffickers. And, the traffickers rely on that disconnection, so they're exploiting it. They're exploiting the, when you're not connected, having an instability. So the absence of that then creates an opening for traffickers to come in. In intervention methods, cultures really, again, do reduce that vulnerability and, like I said, act as an anchor, which I think is really important. And important just for people and their well-being to have that connection. So, again, when I was trying to not summarize, but think of everyone I talked to, really, I heard, it's not a nice to have, it has to be included. It has to be funded, it has to be supported. It can't be just supported for a small period of time. It needs to be supported ongoing. And really, it's foundational to the infrastructure of both prevention and protection. So again, really important. When I asked folks, what were some of the solutions that people have already been doing in the community for a long time, whether that's a funded resource or a cobbled together funded resource, or not even a funded resource, because again, a lot of times people are providing support and it's not funded. What folks talked about was again that governments needed to listen differently, engage more broadly, especially with communities that have often been left out of the decision making. I heard again that, having the funding stability, sustainability, and being able to really tell the government what is needed, not the government doing calls for proposals to say, here's what we're going to fund, a way in which this could be tackled in communities. I think that's important. Also, there was lots of talk around parents. And I always say, as being in the human trafficking sector, anti-human trafficking sector for a really long time, I don't think we did a great job at educating parents. Most parents still are not aware that trafficking is happening, and they become aware, unfortunately, when their child becomes trafficked and they're trying to get the systems to help them, and the police are saying, well, we can't charge unless your child tells us this is what's going on, and child welfare is saying, well, we can't get involved because that's not our mandate. And everyone is kind of like, well, we don't do that. And we need to do a much better job at helping parents to support their kids. And that I heard pretty clearly from communities. And that, again, that needed to be Indigenous-led and culturally based and age-appropriate for kids. And that we needed to really build that into the prevention space at a national level as well. Communities also highlighted the need for stronger systems approaches, better training that was led by Indigenous partners, designed, drafted, the whole curriculum written, and then trained. A much stronger coordination across policing and justice systems, border services, missing people. Very often, again, when I'm working with smaller communities and I ask, is trafficking happening? And they say no. And then I say, well, is somebody trading sex for drugs, or is somebody trading sex for alcohol, or people go missing and you can't find them? And then people say yes, because it doesn't look the same in every part of the country. And I think the language change has also not helped us. Changing it from, prostitution to sexual exploitation to human trafficking in basically 3 decades, we've changed the language 3 times, has not also helped people to identify it. People really did talk about recognizing that a lot of people are being recruited online. And so that was an important factor, that we needed to have better Indigenous-led prevention methods that dealt with online spaces, especially for kids. And then I also heard again around Indigenous controlled data and methodologies being an important aspect that isn't currently in the national strategy, that we need reflected, that lived experience needs to be reflected in that. And again, supporting Indigenous-led solutions to build better data sets that actually work for community. Okay. Those are some of the high-level ones, but I do also want to talk about, because of the resource extraction, which we've talked about today, I also wanted to share a bit more detail about what I heard in that space, and then we're going to invite the panel up so I can stop talking because it's late in the day, and the whole day was a hard act to follow. Okay, so really what I heard from rights holders and folks that when NRCan, Sandia over there, she'll give you a little wave, was traveling with me to do engagements. Really what folks talked about was that if there is going to be this fast tracking of projects, that then we need to look at the prevention aspect with urgency, that it isn't, again, it's not a nice to have, it is a must, or those projects can't move forward. And we all know in this space that the crisis of MMIWG2S folks is not over, and that's a full stop. I think the last analysis I did, since the inquiry, it's 19% higher. So the violence is going the wrong way. It's not trending the right way. And I heard all the, day-to-day people talk about ways in which, they're intervening, and preventing. And I think that's the key for, everyone I've talked to, is really how do we get to that space where we're not responding to the crisis, we're preventing the crisis. And so I did hear that very, very strongly when talking about resource development or the major project development. Communities really emphasized again that the government could not, kind of do that on their own or figure that out all on their own, that needed to happen with community. and that the solutions must involve Indigenous nations and communities, that, again, provincial government, territorial governments need to be brought in, regulators, industry, like everybody needs to be brought to the table to figure out how that is going to, again, best work and prevent any increase in violence or exploitation. I also heard strongly that safety and prevention measures need to be built in at the project planning. So even like long before they even get started, that it needs to be built in really from the very beginning, very, very beginning of those projects. And that when programs and communities spoke about, assessing or monitoring the social impacts of major resource projects, they really emphasized the real risks to me faced by Indigenous women and girls and 2S people. And what I heard was that the assessment, and that's been talked about today, has to include not just the environment, but also the cost to the people in the community. And, we heard from LNG wood fiber and the great work that the Squamish Nation had done. And I did go and see that site, and I've been to lots of sites and, really tried to, again, in my time in government, help government understand how, again, this is going to create, increased exploitation and violence if we don't do something beforehand. And so, again, I think really when I went to that site, I think when Daria was, I spent like 3 hours there, right? 4 hours. It was quite a long time. I walked away and I thought, I don't think there's going to be any exploitation that's going to happen here. The community has really thought of a lot. Like, again, a lot of things were thought of and went into that. And I think the First Nation being a regulator also for sure helped that. The only thing I think I said was I was worried about was when people are flying into Vancouver, because that's probably where they're flying into, and what would happen in the kind of corridor of people back and forth to work. But yeah, I think, again, that's a model to look at, all of that work that has been for sure, helping to decrease that violence and exploitation. I think the other thing that people talked about was having safe reporting systems, including, again, models like the Red Dress Alert, which Anita talked about, Vancouver supporting. There's also a Red Dress Alert pilot that's been happening in Manitoba. And communities really clearly talked about resource extraction and development companies also having a responsibility, which I would agree, right? They have to figure out how they're going to work with the community to not create harm, not just to the environment, but to people. And then multiple communities talked to me about promising practices that were already in place. So again, I think the answers are there. It's about supporting those solutions and how can we better support those solutions. One way might be First Nations as we're co-regulators, because again, then I think, there's the companies need to work better with folks rather than, someone, said that they've tried to talk to them a year ago and haven't heard back. So again, I think the co-regulator might be a promising practice for some communities. Mandatory training, as your project in Squamish talked about, and the training in person is also very important, and that stays Indigenous led. I pretty much heard that wherever I went. So again, stuff you've already addressed or talked about today. Other promising approaches really included some of the schedules, which you also talked about. Again, I thought of the schedule too, because in other places I've been, the schedules, people are gone for like 10 weeks, and that's not helpful. So the schedules, having the gender safety committees, or again, having a community of kind of practice was talked about. And then what I heard kind of consistently, I think, again, is when government and industry and nations are working together, when safety and culture are built in and centered right from the start, before that even gets moving, that then communities can be better protected. I don't know if they'll be 100%, but better than I think some of the projects in the past. So I want to thank you for letting me share what I've been hearing in my last few months of engagement across the country, and for listening with such care at this time of the day, especially after we ate that nice lunch. But we're going to move into the conversation now. Do I introduce or you guys introducing? We're going to move into the conversation with the panel. And then we're also going to leave some time because, like I said, I'd really love to hear from everyone here in the room around some of the questions that we're going to actually leave up. So you can also think about them. And we'll leave time to have a bit more of an open discussion. Did I segue you guys properly?
Is this on? Okay, great. So at this time, we want to have a important discussion with the panel to discuss. We want to have this plenary session, which will provide a space for BC women chiefs and leaders, MMIWG 2S+, families and survivors to discuss how First Nations working with government in Canada and Indigenous partners can advance calls for justice to resource development and human trafficking. So we're going to hear from our panelists, Lorna Brown, who's the Executive Director from Tears to Hope Society, Cheryl Rule, BCAFN Women's Representative. We're also going to hear from Aureen Askew, who's also BCAFN, and Crystal Starr-Lewis, who's also BCAFN Youth Representative. And this is going to be a facilitated discussion. And in this discussion, we want to hear from them, but we also want to hear from participants. We also recognize that it's late. we absolutely recognize that this is late, and at the same time we recognize that this is a very important discussion. So the way we framed it was you're welcome to sit through the panel and you're welcome to participate, and we hope that you do. And we're going to do a door prize at the end. But you know, I'm just going to say, having worked in this field and doing MMIWG work and advocacy since 2001, this is a very important discussion, you know, on human trafficking. It's one discussion that we never get to have as Indigenous people, as Indigenous women. I can tell you right now, I've been in a number of rooms, and this is probably the most information that I've heard in one sitting. So I'm very excited to introduce the panel and very excited to facilitate this discussion. And if you stay, I promise you, you're doing very important work. Okay, Madhu. Okay, so I'll welcome you all up to the stage, please. I'll do a mic drop.
I know it's it is. I'm holding on. Okay. Do you have your microphone?
We have an extra mic.
There's one there too. We're on. All right. Okay. Well, thank you all for helping to answer some of these questions. Again, it's super helpful for me when I'm formulating recommendations to hear from powerhouses like all of you and leaders in this space. And then, like I said, we're hopeful that we'll hear from other leaders in this space after we've gone through a bit of the panel. So the first question is, how can we better support Indigenous organizations to lead and continue to lead in anti-human trafficking efforts? So Lorna, can I ask you to maybe answer that one?
Sure. Well, one of the things throughout the work that I've done with Tears to Hope Society, I started this society 20 years ago, so we've been working with families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls for 20 years along the Highway of Tears since my niece went missing from there. And we've seen, you know, the violence against our young people, men and boys too, and, you know, not only just women and girls, but the boys in our communities. And we live in an area that is just, we've got the, you know, LNG Canada project in Kitimat. We have the Port of Prince Rupert, and, you know, I can go on. They're in the Niska. They're looking at a new pipeline as well. And, you know, we're impacted profoundly, and often our voices, as so many have said, our voices are not being heard. So one of the things that I feel is really important that Indigenous organizations, the ones that have been on the ground for the past, you know, 20, 30, and 40 years, you know, fighting for justice for our people and the ongoing, not just, you know, past violence against our people, but ongoing, we need to be at those tables, and we need to be leading, and we need to be like all of the industry that's coming in. And my hands go up to the Squamish for, you know, bringing that, you know, to a new level where they're not just, you know, receiving some benefits, but they're actually leading the project and in a way that is going to protect our people. And that needs to happen more so from a local perspective, as well as across the regions and the province. And, you know, it has to be Indigenous led. And I've been to so many forums. Like I was just at another one about 3 weeks ago in Ottawa, where they talk about, you know, everybody has all the same answers. We know what the problems are. We know what the calls for justice are. And we just need to be able to have our voices at those tables, and we are still being left behind. And so it's important that our voices need to be at that table at a local, regional, provincial, and federal level.
Thanks, Lorna. Can I follow up just from some conversations I know me and you have had around the accountability? How, again, what is some specific ways in which maybe that accountability, I know one might be the First Nation being the regulator, but we're at that conversation you were at, I was invited, but I couldn't go. I was in Nunavut. But were there like specific things that were talked about that might help the accountability of government back to Indigenous communities to address some of these things or make sure people are more at the table? But I know in some of our conversations, it's really been around like the tangible things. Like it's nice to have a strategy, but if it isn't tangibly impacting, you know, on the ground, then. So I don't know if you can answer that, but I know we've had conversations about it, and I wondered if other folks had talked about it at that larger forum. But
well, like I mentioned, I was at another forum, and there were a lot of, you know, environmental analysts there, and just talking about what the issues are, even data, reporting on data. Like data is, even though we're collecting the data, it's not always being used.
Right.
So I feel like that there needs to be a regulatory body that is made up of Indigenous women and the women that have been doing the work on the ground for so many years, so that there is that accountability. Because right now, there's still a lot of, let's just check the box,
right.
But there's no real accountability. And, you know, like I learned so much about how, you know, the industry is able to just bypass all of these, you know, things that are so important and, you know, that keep our women safe, and they're allowed to just bypass them. So there needs to, again, I keep going back to a regulatory body that, you know, keeps them accountable and makes sure that it's not just you know, we just check that box. And I can only speak from my own experience too, like even, with the Kitimat LNG project, I know my picture is being used in their training to the new, the new workers, but they've never ever talked to me, and I'm on the ground doing that work, like I said, for the past 20 years, and so again, they're ticking a box, but we're not being heard. And if you look at, the 231 calls for justice, it's nothing about us without us.
Yep.
But that is not happening. So that needs to happen.
Thank you. Cheryl, you want to add?
Yeah, definitely. Sure. I can add. For me, we've had a lot of impacts in our community, mainly because we're on a large highway that you can get in and out real quick. Mm. And a lot of our younger people are getting taken right from the street.
Yep.
They have had, multiple attempts on our young girls and a lot of our young youth boys. We have a lot of missing men and women. Mm-hmm. And that's really scary because it's more and more and more as the years go by. Right. It wasn't like that 10 years ago, and now it's a lot. Yeah. And they're just gone.
Right.
My biggest worry is that, we need funding. We need to be able to sustain our groups and teams that are prevention.
Yep.
I did a lot of training when I worked in the school district with our youth, and these young girls that I was talking to about human trafficking and what can happen, they walked out of there, they were different people. Mm-hmm. They understood the risk.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to do, is we have to start training our young girls and boys in high school and even younger, in elementary, because it's happening so much, and they're being taken to either Vancouver and shipped out in containers. And I don't know how many people understand how big this is, but within the last 2 years, I got notified as the vice chief of Coldwater that there was a shipping container between Kelowna and Merritt, and it was being used for human trafficking. And by the time the police got there with their side-by-sides, they had already moved that container. Yeah. This is serious stuff. People need to be more aware. They need to be more alert. The largest places for trafficking is the malls. Yeah. That's where all our young people hang out. They don't know. They're so busy, excited with the lights and the new clothes that they're not really looking at the risk. Yeah. I'm really scared for our youth. And, they're getting taken, they're getting put on drugs and shipped right out. So this is big. BC is one of the largest human trafficking in Canada. So we need to start speaking up. We need more money. We need to get more funding, and we need more training.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay. There you go.
Chinko Matomi. Really grateful to be sitting here with all our knowledge keepers and leaders. I'm Crystal. I'm the BCAFN Youth Representative, equally passionate about all the issues surrounding human trafficking and just how big this issue really is. I am also concerned about our youth. I think prevention starts with our children. And as someone who's really focused on taking action throughout my lifetime of leadership and always believing creating solutions. Not only do I believe we need to teach your children at an early age, or youth specifically, like how to create solutions. I also believe we need to teach them, again, like you're saying, the signs of human trafficking, because it is really scary to know. And I just echo what everyone's saying around how many people in Vancouver that I've talked to that don't know. Vancouver is a main trafficking hub, and my most recent experience was actually at the Pan Pacific Hotel, but I have like 10 other stories I could talk about where I was almost trafficked starting as early as 10. And but I'm not going to talk too much about my business, but I actually am starting a business around anti-human trafficking prevention training. It's called Protect Our People, so acronym POP. The name might change, but that's the focus right now. And this started as a school project at Cody Institute, where we talk about asset-based, it sounds like some students here, asset-based community development. And initially this was going to be, excuse me, it was going to initially be a project based on climate action, but at that time we had heard a story about a little girl that had gone missing on Vancouver Island who, and I say this as a trigger warning because this is still very heavy for me to talk about, but I remember it clearly. Like, we were focusing on what our project was going to be, and this little girl had gone missing. And 3 days later, she was found underneath a pile of garbage in the forest. And her shoe was like not too far away, and she was barely alive, and she had passed away the same day. But of course, as usual, the police had deemed this as unsuspicious. So my partner and I had actually decided, like, hey, like, let's change our project and focus it more towards anti-human trafficking prevention training. And then we started reflecting more about, like, how the government, of course, like, despite all of our calls to action, how nothing has really been done, if not just the bare minimum surface level stuff, unfortunately. And we started thinking about it more, about how many conferences have actually, like, our knowledge keepers and leaders have been saying, like, have actually been hosted on anti-human trafficking prevention training, as actually having human trafficking as a main topic and not kind of like off to the side. And so we started thinking about it more. I started thinking about, like, how many actual organizations have been going to Indigenous communities to provide accessible hands-on training. And so we decided to take this idea to the UN, and we created policy recommendation saying, like, hey, like, this is an issue we noticed as youth, for youth by youth, but just in general, it wasn't for youth by youth, but I say that now, but it's just saying, like, this is something that needs to be done. It needs to have a hands-on prevention training. And so then it led to panel discussions with CDAW 39, which is about addressing intersectional discrimination and violence against women, along with, like, having, like, more political policy recommendations. Yeah, you can look it up. It's a really good initiative. And that's kind of where it started, like, where we decided, like, as we're standing in the room of leaders, we had asked all the leaders in the room, like, please stand. Like, how many of you have actually had anti-human trafficking prevention training? Only one person stood in the entire room out of all the leaders. Then we asked our youth from across Canada and the minister, and no youth raised their hands. So it really kind of, like, made it very obvious that something needed to be done for both my partner and I. And then we started thinking about, how, like, why not us? Like, if you think of an idea or a solution, then you should probably see it through. So that's a little bit about the business in a nutshell, but I'm going to kindly pass it on.
Yeah, thank you, Crystal. Being the 2S plus representative for the BCAFN, a lot of the times 2S plus people aren't included. And we talk about how the importance of language, and I've heard it here a couple of times, but I think it's something that we need to train people more on, and us just being there is MMIWG, and then it stops. But it's like, where's the 2S plus as well? And I can't say that I speak for all two-spirited people, but we're tired of being just added on at the end of an acronym. I think things are changing quite a bit, which is amazing, but that's why people like me are here to acknowledge that and let people know. And sometimes people get really uncomfortable, and then we have the debate about men and boys as well. And I think there's another acronym going around that includes all of us. So I think we're all in the same boat. We want to help, but the language is very important, and to include 2S plus people. Thank you.
Maureen, while you have the mic, is there a better way the federal government can support 2S folks who are being trafficked?
For sure. And I feel like it all comes down to funding. I say that a lot when we're in meetings with like ministers and, the prime minister. But that's a part of it is funding, and all levels of government should be allocating funding for that. Yeah. And something I actually saw at the Kelowna airport, which is a really good example, is I was using the washroom and I saw a QR code for if you're being trafficked. I was like, why isn't that everywhere? That's amazing. I'm born and raised in Vancouver. I haven't even seen that. That was my first time seeing that. I just landed yesterday. So I think that's incredible. So anti-trafficking, things like that. And I think that's incredible. And thinking, and the red dress alert, we've been in conversations about that. I think that's a start, but definitely going in the right direction, for sure.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to jump around a bit. Are there ongoing partnerships? I'm throwing this out to anyone who wants to ask this one. Are there ongoing partnerships with transportation industry, or is there training or infrastructure or other measures that the federal government could implement? Maybe it isn't just funding. I mean, it will for sure fall to funding, but maybe it's policy or legislation that can prevent trafficking around kind of those major thoroughfares or corridors, especially closer to any of those major projects. I think that's one of the things, again, that, I often hear is that we need to prevent it, right? As you were just saying, Crystal, the prevention. I'm so excited to hear that you're doing that too. We'll talk after. The preventing is just better for everybody. It costs less to prevent. It's better for the person. It's better for the community. So is there other partnerships or sure.
So I'm just thinking in terms of when it comes to creating solutions, it starts with who is left out at the tables. Mm-hmm. So of course survivors, but again, recognizing that there needs to be safe spaces, that was said, that are supportive, and realizing that not everyone's going to be able to speak about their experience right away, and that's totally fine. Yep. Unfortunately, when it comes to the media and from personal experience, when you try to advocate for something, they expect a story here and now, but that's just kind of realizing that, there's survivors that are just not ready to talk about it, and that should be more flexible. But also just thinking about in terms of, including people that are survivors, people that are homeless, because homeless people see things all the time, but they're so disregarded. Addressing deeper roots of apathy. But also I'm just thinking in terms of, truck route stops throughout Canada. There should be more patrol when trucks are going through, and they have to stop at certain areas to check their brakes to make sure that they're not, taking children in the back of their trucks, because that's one method of trafficking, along with checking the crates, as we're saying, at the shipyards, and ensuring that, those are being checked, and that, people actually report when they hear or see something. And again, it comes back down to just ensuring that, we're all a part of the solution, and we're all speaking up about it when we see it, but also knowing the signs. And those are just a few things that come to mind, but I will kindly pass it on.
Do you want me to repeat the question? Or it looked like it got past you. Does anyone else want to answer that? Any other ideas on how, again, there could be better partnerships with the transportation? I mean, the airport one was a great one that just came up kind of organically, right? I think it's in 42 airports now. And I think in almost all of them, there is an actual survivor quoted. So the there is survivor quotes in those as well, which is great.
I'll just add one more comment too. I'm just thinking as well in terms of like we were at the AFN Education Forum when I had experienced like what I assume was traffickers. And I was thinking about the youth that were there, you know, and as we say, like, you know, traffickers know where to go. They know exactly where, you know, the most vulnerable people are. They know what to look for. Also, like, you know, making sure that there's more patrol and like stricter systems around youth in care, because a lot of youth in care, like more than 50%, I believe, from what I recall, are likely to be human trafficked. So taking that into consideration, but also, I guess, borders. So like FILU, for example. So when I worked in FILU, one of the issues that we came across was like jurisdiction. So like, you know, reporting to each province. And, you know, how there's like that kind of like silos. So, you know, having better like access, data sovereignty is another good one. But yeah, I'm going to leave it there.
Tells the story better for sure if there's better data sovereignty. And then again, you're making sure everyone's voice is collected and accounted. And then the solutions, you know, again, come, not all of it, but can come from some of that as well. Yeah. Okay, Cheryl, maybe I'll go to you. Can you tell us about, we've talked a little bit about this today, but when you're looking at anti-HT, Indigenous-led kind of restorative justice processes or systems, how could that be better supported? What might that like look like? I know Dr. Napoleon talked a little bit about that, so I think we got like some good ideas there around that methodology and the collectiveness. I thought that was super helpful.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, number one, it's communication.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of our people, when they get put in a really high risk situation, they're really scared to speak out. And we need to have First Nations people supporting them. Because I'll tell you right now, I've worked with so many youth and they wouldn't tell. They had to have somebody they trusted.
Yeah.
You know, and if we're trying to have prevention, we need to have really good teams doing self-defense training. And also, you know, the youth need to, because it is such high risk for children in care, that they also need support. They need to know that somebody cares about them. And they need to have their safe people. I hooked up because my grandkids are getting older. I'm on the 360 with them, so I can see exactly where they are.
Yeah, that's good.
You know, and that's for me, so I know where they are. You know, and I think, you know, we need to be more proactive. We need to be speaking up. And we need to start telling our youth, like, safety is number one.
Yeah.
You know, and of course, funding is always the big thing.
Yeah.
You know, it always will be, I'm sure. But we need to start having better programs. We need to build safety programs.
Right.
And, you know, it's not even from what I've heard and read that, you know, these man camps, they target women in their 50s. So, you know, it's not just young people. You know, it's the middle-aged women, you know, who doesn't have a spouse on their own. They're single. They're the ones who are getting targeted. You know, we need better counseling programs. You know, our people deserve to be cared for and treated equally. And I know that, you know, this is impacts of the residential school. And we need to look out for them too. You know, and it's really sad to see the trafficking ring that is happening, you know, in BC, but it's large, you know, and I've worked many years with Gladys, Lorna's sister, and she shared so many stories and continued doing walks for the people, for recognition. You know, we host MMIW walks, you know, in Merritt, and I've gone to the one in Vancouver, but we need to continually raise awareness. You know, and I want to share a story. We held a walk in Merritt a couple of years ago, and, you know, I really tried to drag my family along, and this time my husband decided he was going to come. And he's like, yeah, okay, you know, I'll go. And, you know, I said, great, you're going to see what it's like. And as we were walking, we had people yelling out of their cars and swearing at us and calling us down for doing it. Crazy. You know, racism is real out there, and we need to really be aware of the risk. And let me tell you, that woke him up. He was like, I didn't understand until today what you are facing as an Indigenous woman.
Yeah.
You know, it's scary because it can happen to anyone. It's not just, you know, our kids.
No.
It can happen to anyone that's out there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm very grateful. My cousin Melissa Moses, you know, she's done a lot of safety training, and, you know, we work together doing programs. She always talked to, you know, our young people and told them, you know, hold your head up high. Don't look down. Don't look at your phone. You know, it's about self-esteem, and it's about creating positive people.
Yep.
And until we start getting better systems built, our kids are going to continue to be taken.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I would agree. We need to have better systems. And again, with people and just kids nowadays are socialized online. So they're putting everything, every fight they have, every negative emotion. And the minute traffickers see that, they jump. They're just watching online in online spaces. And the minute they see it, they're on it. So yeah, agree. Do you think that's something that the, you know, national strategy needs to pay attention to, the renewal, again, around, you know, helping to ensure kids have that information, that not just kids, but general public, to your point of people are honking and yelling at you about a current crisis that's happening pretty much everywhere in Canada. There's still this lack of understanding. So does more general public awareness need to be raised so that there's more understanding as to why people are still having marches, like it's not over?
I did work with some RCMP out of Kamloops, and they had a special units for trafficking. We did bring them into our district, and they did really, you know, try to get the kids to understand the risk. And I think programming like that would really benefit the education system. But they did funding cuts, so that team is no longer active.
Right.
And it's like, you know, that's where, you know, you're getting information out there. You know, I think training people, like Train the Trainer, would really benefit, and have them be First Nations so that the kids trust them, you know, and they can tell. You know, it's sad because we're in a world right now where it is all about the phones, it's all about the internet, and a lot of people are being taken because of it. You know, parents need to be more aware of what their children are watching and what they're actively engaging and who they're with.
Yeah.
You know, because this is so easy to take people.
Yeah. Well, and they're organized crime. They've perfected this over many years. It's, you know, this is how they are able to continue exploiting and targeting people. They're very good at it. So yeah, thank you for that. I'm going to go back to the national strategy one and kind of what you were saying, and I know it's not on here, but as you were saying it, I was thinking, where people who are being trafficked often show up, or to calls to police in emergency hospitals, like in emergency rooms, possibly in child welfare spaces, right? Again, the vulnerability of being removed from your, bio support structure system, all of those things. Even though a lot of those are, kind of not provincial or federal jurisdiction, but again, having training that's targeted in those areas, led, designed, written, delivered by First Nations folks, or from a distinction perspective, is that something that you think would be, a good way in which to create some better, I don't want to say off ramps, but more people to be aware that what they're looking at might be someone who's been trafficked. And again, if it's not to an Indigenous organization, or they don't have an Indigenous person to be able to disclose there, how do those systems connect to folks that people can trust?
Yeah, I really think that it starts, if a good way to do it would be to get, we have youth workers that we have in each community.
Yep.
And if we could get those youth workers trained in prevention, that is with high risk behavior. Like I said, I worked in a school district a long time.
Yeah.
And I could spot the kids that were high risk.
Right.
And I really had to build relationships with them. I had to, talk with them, get them to trust me.
Yep.
And then I found out the whole world. So it's all about building relationships with people, getting their trust, and then finding out what their needs are.
Yep.
Because this starts at a young age. It starts when you're young, and it can keep getting worse as you get older.
Yeah.
And dealing with people that have been hurt, you need the proper counseling.
Yep.
It's not as easy as saying, okay, go see a counselor.
Right.
You have to have the right counselor.
Yeah. Yep, I would agree. And very few are trained in HT, to your point. Yeah. Crystal, I seen you wanting to add to that one.
Yeah. So I'm really grateful. That, it was mentioned that, with children, it's on the rise. People are more valuable than the drug trade at this point, because you can reuse a person, sadly enough, more times you can use a drug. But also a lot of people aren't aware that, it doesn't matter what age you are. If they're looking for organs too, there's organs trafficking, and that's scary. So taking care of our elders. But I'm really grateful to say that, this is exactly what the business we're starting is focusing on, is anti-bystander training, through an Indigenous lens, self-defense that goes to the community instead, because so many communities don't have access to services or Wi-Fi, and that makes them more vulnerable. So us actually going to them, providing that hands-on, train the trainer, through an Indigenous lens and social justice lens, training is the goal. And our motto, just to kind of share, and I share this because my hope is that we'll invest more within Indigenous organizations and more within Indigenous partners and businesses, because, I think there's a little bit more leeway when you're actually investing in these Indigenous organizations. At least, that passion is there, that drive is there. And, I would love to work with everyone and actually have that consultation engagement. But what I was going to add here was having a trust and safety approach, like you were saying. And so culturally safe bridge from vulnerability to sovereignty, protecting our kin where systems fail. So that's the goal. And I just want to put that out there, because that is the goal. And I just worry about, again, legislation takes a lot of time to pass through. And again, we've faced so many barriers already that, I just want to make sure that we're investing in the right places as well, and making sure that it's for the people, by the people. So I'll pass it on and make space for Lorena and or Osho?
Yeah, something you mentioned, Jennifer, is the competency training. It's very helpful. And I think people like you are very helpful. Being a survivor of trafficking, right? And it's not just for the community either. It's all these organizations, you know, all these organizations, like, I feel like they want to look woke and they'll hire an Indigenous consultation or Indigenous person. I see this quite a bit at a lot of organizations, but it's like, okay, we have this Indigenous person here. Now what? There's no plan for them. So why not teach the staff what Indigenous people go through?
Right.
And the statistics, the data. It's a problem, so it affects all of us, not just Indigenous folks, but if everybody was on the same page and worked together, like we talked about working in silos, everyone's working separately. But if everyone worked together, then we could all move forward together, right?
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you. You both frame that so nicely. I don't know, are you using that as your like vision for the business, Crystal, or can we steal that quote?
That's my business, yes. Thank you for asking. Anything I've shared is like specifically business related. So
okay, well, it's a good one. And I see, Lorna, did you want to?
I just want to say thank you for the patience of everybody. I know it's been a long day and it's a heavy day. Without going into a whole lot of detail, but we're also with Tears to Hope Society, we've developed a toolkit which allows schools, mostly at this point, to walk in the shoes of another person, whether they're being abused. It helps them to recognize abuse, an abusive relationship. But we developed one character that has been trafficked, one that has come out of the foster care system. And so I won't go into all the details, but check out our website, Tears to Hope Society, because our goal is to develop this toolkit. We're almost at the end of it, and our goal is to take it into the schools and to start this conversation, because we talked about that. Communication is key, education is key, prevention is key. So I just wanted to add that too and say, Masai, for your time. And I know it's been a long, heavy day.
Yeah, thank you, Lorna. Yeah, that's right. We talked about that. I'm glad you're almost done. I'd love to see it when you're done. Okay, I see the lovely... our co-hosts.
Great. Well, thank you everyone on the panel. If we want to just give them a round of applause for sharing.
Okay.
We'll just ask Aureen to hang back for the closing remarks unless she has any notes she has to get. So we're just getting towards the end of the day and really looking forward to hearing Aureen's closing remarks.
So how's everyone doing? It's the end of the day, isn't it? I just want to thank everyone for being here today, for being present and contributing your time and thoughts and energy to the conversations that are essential in driving real change in our communities. For closing, this gathering returns to where it began, with the strength of land, language, and people. The words and work of Crystal with the K remind us that knowledge is not separate from responsibility. Her commitment to syilx language, culture, and mentorship reflects a living system of care that continues to guide community, identity, and belonging across generations. Throughout the day, we were invited to think deeply about intersections of Indigenous law, gender, and governance. Dr. Val Napoleon's keynote grounded these conversations in the reality that
revitalizing Indigenous legal orders is not only about systems change, but about restoring balance, dignity, and accountability, especially for women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. The voices of leaders, families, and survivors in the plenary session brought necessary urgency to the calls for justice, particularly in relation to resource development and human trafficking. These are not abstract issues, they are lived realities that demand coordinated, culturally grounded, and trauma-informed responses. The work for advancing these calls must remain rooted in respect, partnership, and action. As we close, there is a shared understanding that this is ongoing work. The path forward depends on how we carry these teachings into our respective roles, whether the leadership, policy, or community. Rather in leadership, policy, or community. It asks us to listen more closely, act more intentionally, and remain accountable to the commitments made. Please reach out to me at any time to collaborate on this important work, or if there is a way I can be of support to you and your community. And something I really wanted to do is thank our chairs, Anita and Chastity. You're amazing. I've known you for a long time, but it's something I've noticed when I talk to you. You make me feel important. And I think you have that connection with everybody. Everything we're saying is important. Everything we're doing is important. And to have you two leading us in this really important work for these 2 days, you're also really funny, I think. We talk about how humor is healing. So thank you so much for being here. And Chenkram Mantomi, thank you all for being here, showing up, and we'll see you all tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you, Aureen. I think Aureen meant that Anita's really funny, because I'm not that funny. But yes, humor is healing. So we have one more thing, is to bring Elena Starrett up, who's been graphic recording today. And so just to reflect back on the conversation that we've had. And I also want to thank Megan Krempel. Thank you so much for capturing the notes for today. People may not know who you are, but your role is really important to making sure that we have the notes from today. So I'll hand it over to Elena to go through her graphic recording. And she is from the Gitxsan Nation. If you don't know the Starrett family, you should.
Yeah.
So over to you, Elena.
Yeah, if you're from anywhere up north, you'll probably know the Starretts, or you'll run into one of us somewhere. We're in all different places and spaces. My grandfather used to do governance training, and my father, Jamie Starrett, has taken that over now. My mom is Jennifer May. She's a social worker. She's got her master's in social works, and she loves anything social justice. So I come from those places. My name is Elena Starrett. Like Chastity said, I'm from the Gitxsan Nation. I'm also Chinese on my mother's side, and then a mix of European ancestry. And I do graphic recording, which I've been doing for the last 4 years. So I'm going to go over really quickly, because I know we've had a long day today, some of the things that I've heard. And then I have lots of little white space here because I still have notes that I need to add. So it's a work in progress right now, but it's just kind of an overview of the conversations and the things that I've been listening to today. So I'm going to give myself a color here. And this morning we talked about our women's prayers are being what blanket us, and that they're kind of what encompasses this work. They're the heart of this work, and that there's a lot of resilience and hope in this space. We also talked about uplifting the youth and ensuring that they have support, that they're inspired, and that they're empowered, because we have a duty to safeguard our future, and we are the ones that have become the safe space that we needed as a child. And I thought that was a really important quote to put in there, because even myself, like, I've struggled with mental health as a child and all that kind of stuff. So becoming the safe space that you needed as a child is really important, and you're becoming the advocate that you needed. And I think that's a really huge step to take. So there's that. We have this image of just the land kind of turning into these women. And up here it says, the land is medicine. And then that everything that we do is supported by women and grounded in their teachings. Like down here, it says, we are the keepers of laws and lessons and guardians of the land and water. Originally, that was up top. So those are some more quotes that I need to find a place for. But they kind of went with this up here. And then also long-term flexible funding just in general to maintain programs and services for the vulnerable populations, whether that's 2S LGBTQIA+, women, boys, all that kind of stuff. It's just important to have that really flexible funding. I know that's something that's in every single space, so there's that. Down here, it says advocacy is not just a title, it's an ongoing commitment. I think that's a good reminder that we're not, like DJ Osho was saying, like you can't just check something, you can't just have a token Indian in the space, you can't just hire someone on and be like, okay, we've done our due diligence now. So it's an ongoing commitment that people have to have. And then I'm working on, in the middle here, talking about culture protecting us, and that our laws come from our stories, and the stories are how we understand the world, which again, I think that was a really great presentation and just really important to the work that we do. Disconcerting stories is how I've always operated in my life, obviously, because I've made a career out of it. So yeah, that was just really nice to hear, and I'm going to continue working on this guy. Like I said, it's a work in progress, and then I'm going to be doing a second one tomorrow, so hopefully we'll have time to present that back, and I'll clean this up, and hopefully it'll be done for tomorrow if we do have time to present back. So that's what I have for today. Yes. Oh, and also, if you guys see anything, or you feel like I've missed something, or just something needs to be changed or added, please feel free to come find me in the space after now or tomorrow. I don't have an ego about this work. It's meant to be a representation of your story and your conversations. So if you need something changed, please feel free to come tell me. I will not be upset about it.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Elena. So I just want to thank everybody online for coming today. And I know it can be, feel a little isolating at home, but just know that we felt your energy here today and really appreciate you coming and being with us virtually. And we will see all of you, or you'll see all of us, I guess, tomorrow. So wishing you a wonderful evening, the folks online.